so we just got out of the sentencing for Johnny Somali, and he was arrested on the spot and taken out back. He was... All right, so we just got out of the sentencing for Johnny Somali, and he was arrested on the spot and taken out back. He was handcuffed, and now he's currently being processed right here in Seoul, South Korea. So we have a crazy video for you guys. As of right now, this might be one of the slowest yet most preventable creator train wrecks that I've ever seen in my life. This dude has received so many chances to essentially change his life path and not be a complete burden to society, but still, he continues to double down with his behavior. This guy is essentially actively choosing to destroy his life for some attention online. Like, imagine having the arrogance to fly out to random countries and harass their citizens for profit. The dude went to court in Japan and ended up in jail for 3 months before they finally let him go. And apparently they let him go because he was actively lying to the judge. And this person obviously is the IRL streamer by the name of Johnny Somali. And yet, after doing all of that, when he got out of the Japanese jail after being stuck there for 3 months, he didn't take it as a massive wake-up call to get his life together. No, he chose to double down by publicly bragging about how he lied to the judge.
I lied to the judge. The lawyer said, lie to the judge and apologize, say that you're sorry. I don't give a Chinese. All I told these people, I said, hey, yo, I'll never make a YouTube video again. I'll never.
All right, so we just got out of the sentencing for Johnny Somali, and he was arrested on the spot and taken out back. He was handcuffed, and now he's currently being processed right here in Seoul, South Korea. So we have a crazy video for you guys. As of right now, this might be one of the slowest yet most preventable creator train wrecks that I've ever seen in my life. This dude has received... All right, so we just got out of the sentencing for Johnny Somali, and he was arrested on the spot and taken out back. He was handcuffed, and now he's currently being processed right here in Seoul, South Korea. So we have a crazy video for you guys. As of right now, this might be one of the slowest yet most preventable creator train wrecks that I've ever seen in my life. This dude has received so many chances to essentially change his life path and not be a complete burden to society, but still, he continues to double down with his behavior. This guy is essentially actively choosing to destroy his life for some attention online. Like, imagine having the arrogance to fly out to random countries and harass their citizens for profit. The dude went to court in Japan and ended up in jail for 3 months before they finally let him go. And apparently they let him go because he was actively lying to the judge. And this person obviously is the IRL streamer by the name of Johnny Somali. And yet, after doing all of that, when he got out of the Japanese jail after being stuck there for 3 months, he didn't take it as a massive wake-up call to get his life together. No, he chose to double down by publicly bragging about how he lied to the judge.
I lied to the judge. The lawyer said, lie to the judge and apologize, say that you're sorry. I don't give a Chinese. All I told these people, I said, hey, yo, I'll never make a YouTube video again. I'll never.
Dude, and essentially he thought he was completely invincible, so he decided to go to Israel, of all places, right after he got out from Japan. And there, he repeated the exact same formula. He harassed a bunch of strangers on the street, and then, of course, got detained, and then he got scared by the police, and he ended up fleeing the country. Why did he flee the country? Well, he thought he was going to be stuck there like he was in Japan. But, again, he didn't take this as a wake-up call. No, he continued re-rolling. So, next up, he went to South Korea. And in South Korea, he was way worse than what he was in the other countries. He continued to harass the citizens, and he did things way out of line here. He bought a fish, he started shoving it in people's faces, he had this weird crash out at 7-Eleven for no reason whatsoever. The woman was telling him to please leave, and instead, he decided to do this.
Right, you should never have kids. Your right to your father was right. Oh.
And when the South Korean citizens got upset with him, he doubled down like he always does. But this time he went way out of line. So he found the comfort women statues, which are statues to honor the fallen female victims of World War II in South Korea here. And he decided to oil them up and strip and dance on them, all for, I guess, attention on his stream and donations. So, I mean, at this point, he thought it was super funny. He thought he can get away with anything. So just imagine the panic he had when South Korea essentially locked their borders for him and took away his passport. And then they tell him, no, you're not leaving the country until your entire trial is finished, you've served your time, and you've paid your fines. What's the sentence? Well, we're about to find out. And obviously, this has been a long saga because, you know, in the past 18 months, Johnny's been trapped in South Korea.
He essentially arrived thinking that he could exploit a polite, high-trust society and entertain a fringe group of people who essentially want him to destroy his life. But instead, he triggered a nationwide manhunt. He got banned from every platform that pays him, went completely broke, and then managed to catch 8 separate criminal charges. And currently, the prosecution is demanding 3 years of prison work labor and 5 years on the S offender registry here in South Korea. So today we're taking a look at how the internet's most hated IRL streamer dug his own grave live on camera. But to understand how he got here, we kind of have to look at the playbook, because essentially his business model relied on traveling to strict, high-trust nations, places like Japan and eventually South Korea, and there he just acted like a complete parasite. His job is essentially being a burden to society. He tested the limits of Japan, he spent 3 months in jail there, ended up leaving the country, went to Israel, definitely tested the waters there, fled that country, and then eventually went to South Korea. And obviously, when he landed in South Korea, he got a bit reckless.
And the chaos really started when he found soju. He just became a drunken mess off of this. I am not here for the soju though. See, what I got was the water. This is my shaker cup because I'm gonna make some gamer subs. So shout out Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video and making this trip actually possible. So if you want to go support the channel, you can go to atozi.gg/gamersubs and you can get the best sugar-free beverage on the market. Right now I'm currently drinking the melon flavor, and only 2 of these scoops can fill this entire cup of ice right here. Gamersubs.gg/atozi for the best sugar-free beverage on the market. If you don't believe me, scroll to the bottom of the website and claim your free samples. But without further ado, let's continue the video.
The dude treated the country like it was a GTA server for his own entertainment. And I guess he just thought it was all funny, edgy content, but rightfully so, the people of South Korea were appalled. So they then launched their own crowdsourced bounty program for him, and they called him the Golden Goblin, and they were essentially giving away 10 million won, or Korean won, which is roughly $6,000 to $7,000. Yes, I hate that's the exchange rate, but essentially he was labeled the Golden Goblin or Golden Goose because if you punched him, you got loot. And the crazy part of all this is so many of the people who actually found him ended up reaching out to me, and I even interviewed Jung Do, who was one of the guys who punched him in the face. But the first people who found him, they didn't want to be on camera, but they did tell me the story of how they found him, which I thought was pretty crazy. Because remember a few years ago, you had the whole situation with Andrew Tate getting arrested, and people were speculating that he got arrested because of a pizza box. Well, Johnny was found because of a pizza box, because they saw the name of the pizza place and they decided to go to every single location of that franchise and ask them, hey, have you seen this man? Did he just buy a pizza from you guys? And they showed a picture of him. When they finally got confirmation that he had actually been to one of these locations, they realized, okay, we know what neighborhood he's staying in. So then one of them was watching his live stream while a bunch of the other guys were running around the neighborhoods screaming. And I guess they were just playing this 1-hour game of hotter and colder, where one guy was listening to see if he could hear any of the guys yelling. And when he finally heard one of them yelling, they were like, okay, we can hear it now. Let's see if it gets louder. So, I mean, there was just an insane amount of dedication there. But while Johnny was being hunted for sport, I guess, punches were the least of his problems, because while all of this was happening, the Korean government was slowly building a cage around him. So in late 2024, the Korean police finally swooped in, but they didn't just give him a ticket. No, they took his passport, they slapped him with an obstruction of business charge for the 7-Eleven stunt. And at the time, Johnny was coping. He was saying, oh, it's not so serious at all. Look, I still have my passport. And then he was showing an emergency travel passport, which I don't think was the main passport he used to travel into Korea. But even if he used that passport to get into Korea, it's not like he could just leave the country, which is why him and his Discord group were trying to plot and figure out how he could sneak out of South Korea. And that's where we've had that one moment where they were like, hey, you should just take the train out of Jeju, which does not make sense considering Jeju is an island. And I think another one of his plans was taking a raft and live streaming himself, taking a raft out of South Korea, which obviously wouldn't have ended well. Either he would have been picked up by Coast Guard or he would be at the mercy of the ocean. But regardless, either he would have to illegally enter North Korea or illegally enter China, which just doesn't sound like a good idea either. But honestly, this was just the start of his problems, because essentially he's proven to the world that he's a parasite, but a parasite needs a host. And his host were the streaming platforms he was live streaming on. So what happens when the money printer turns off? Well, he was banned on basically every single platform that paid him. So now he's trapped in a very expensive country with high bills, and no income. And the guy got so desperate in April of 2025 that he essentially stalked the streamer Ice Poseidon in real life and begged him to pull some strings to get his Kick account back.
Let's have a conversation. That's it.
There's nothing to talk. There's nothing to talk about. There's no peace to be made.
Listen, come on. I said that.
But I don't go around and harass the general public.
In what? Okay, listen. You might have me then, okay? I'll give you that. But I honestly don't think I'm a bad person. I want to come back to Kick.com. I want to stream on Kick again. I want to move past this.
What is your goal here? You're trying to get him banned on Kick. It's not going to happen.
I mean, look at his eyes right there. That is the exact moment his reality shattered. Like, he isn't sorry for what he did to the Korean people. No, he's sorry that he can't monetize it anymore. I mean, even his last friend in Korea, Hank, he had to start begging online for donations because of how much of a burden Johnny was to him. But of course, just when you thought that Johnny hit rock bottom, no, of course he grabbed a pickaxe and just kept digging. Because at the same time all of that happened, you have the entire courtroom circus, where essentially he just self-sabotaged his entire life. Because you would think, a guy who's facing a decade in foreign prison would, you know, put on a suit, be quiet enough to realize how serious the situation is, and beg for some mercy. But no, not this guy. According to every legal professional I've talked to here in Korea, he did the wrong move. Because over the last year, Johnny faced 8 separate criminal charges, and he decided to plead guilty to 6 of them, but fight the 2 main ones. And those were the 2 big ones, which were 2 counts of distributing an 18+ deepfake of a popular South Korean streamer named Bongbong and of another streamer by the name of Youngmon. Under Korean law, that carries a 7-year prison sentence. And this guy live streamed himself doing it. And again, every legal professional here in Korea said, show remorse and actually apologize. And most likely you would get a slap on the wrist and the judge would just deport you. But instead, it's safe to say he chose a very different legal route.
Fish and causing anxiety.
Causing anxiety by carrying a fish. Tell the judge you can suck my. I'll bring a fish to your mother's house. I don't care. The judge, prosecutor, y'all can suck my.
Is there anything you want to say? Don't you want to apologize?
I love North. Hey, send this clip to the president of Korea. Send this clip. I'm talking to you, the president of Korea. You can suck my. I respect Kim Jong-un more than you, Lee Jae-myung, little.
If you're facing over a decade in prison in a foreign country, why would you ever curse out the judge, the judge's family, and the president of the country you're currently stuck in? Then, of course, he showed up hungover to his first trial almost an hour late, and then continued to openly lie in court. So I guess his genius legal strategy was to do all of that and claim he had bipolar disorder like it was some sort of like Monopoly get out of jail free card. And just a few days, he even had his mom write the judge a letter. And what's so crazy about all this is towards the end of the trial, he thought he was doing a great job. He thought he gained a massive win by settling one of the charges. So essentially, he thought that one of the deepfake charges were thrown out. And to be honest, all of us did. And I covered this in one of my videos in October of 2025, because him and Youngmon, they went to court in a separate case to settle and decide not to press charges on each other. This was a massive favor by Hank for Johnny, because Hank, you know, he's the guy who was letting Johnny live with him for over a year pretty much. And Hank could actually help Johnny here because the deepfake itself was of Hank and Youngmon being intimate with each other. And Johnny showed this clip on his stream laughing at it, and Youngmon also showed the same clip on his stream reacting to it in shock. So both of them technically distributed it. And that's what that separate court hearing was about. Essentially, they made an agreement. If Youngmon stopped pressing charges on Johnny, Hank would also do the same to him. So in their agreement, both of them dropped the charges. And Johnny heavily celebrated this. He went on a whole victory lap.
You go look at the comments in this video, it totally tried to frame it like I lost in the last court date when I got a charge dismissed. So where's the loss? Tell me, guys.
He even called me out for saying that I thought it was going to happen. And I mean, I even said that the charges were dropped because I thought the charges were going to be dropped. But the problem is, both the prosecutors have to agree to drop the charges. And clearly, they didn't. Because Youngmon was recently sentenced and he was charged for that exact deepfake incident that they agreed on dropping. And now we know the prosecutor in Johnny's case didn't drop that deepfake charge either. So what Johnny thought was a massive win turned out to just be a massive waste of time. And I've flown out to South Korea now 4 times. Yeah, this is my 4th time here now. And the whole thing is such a massive train wreck. Johnny seems to, for some reason, care more about the angles other live streamers get of him than the reality of his own actions.
Seems to be no hype behind this trial. I mean, absolutely nobody's here. Johnny wants me to be a cellmate. I know, right? I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. Just roll your window down when you're coming by if you want me to get a good shot.
And the dude is so arrogant that he thinks that Trump is going to save him, despite apparently the U.S. Embassy told him that they want nothing to do with him.
If Trump saved Tate, Trump gonna save me. Bro, come on. Donald gonna come save me. Bro, come on. He gonna put some tariffs on these Trump. I'm telling you, Donald J. Trump, please. I'm an American citizen. I am being held hostage.
And all of this brings us to right here, right now. April of 2026. The prosecution is officially recommending 3 years of hard prison labor and 5 years on the S-offender registry here in South Korea. And that is for the deepfake charges. If he does get the max sentences stacked on top of each other, he's currently facing 12 and a half years in prison. And it's safe to say the dude hasn't given the judge a single reason to go easy on him. The judge makes their final ruling now on April 15th, which we're approaching very fast because it's April 14th as of recording this commentary bit right here.
All right, good morning. So we're now headed to the final trial day for Johnny Somali. It is sentencing day, and a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen because you have a pretty wide range of things. Most of the legal professionals that we've talked to here, they're thinking that he's going to get in the ballpark of what the prosecution was asking for, up by 25% or down by 25%. But we did hear from someone who I guess has been convicted several times here in South Korea, and he's thinking that most likely he'll get a slap on the wrist or some type of probation and would be allowed to leave Korea. So who knows? And in the morning of the trial, Johnny decided to upload this poll where he was trying to get his community to vote on if they think he was actually going to prison or not. And obviously the comments of that were just people roasting him. Here we are outside of the courthouse. It'll be interesting. All right, walking into the trial. They have the news posted up, so they're gonna get some angles.
American live streamer Johnny Somali, who had caused an uproar in South Korea with his outrageous acts, such as kissing the Statue of Peace, was sentenced to 6 months in prison.
All right, so we just got out of court, and he received a guilty verdict. It was guilty.
Yes, we got him, boys. We got him.
So that was interesting. This time, when he walked in, it was kind of like he saw a ghost. Like, he didn't give anyone eye contact, sat down, he's looked extremely stressed, and that was it, really. And then it went way faster than what I was expected because he was the first one called up. He was called up on the stand, and the judge asked him, is there any reason for why you should not go to prison? And he said because he had family at home, and he misses them, and that was his reasoning, and that he was a student at ASU, apparently. But at the end of the day, the judge gave him his prison sentence with labor, so he ended up getting 6 months of prison with labor.
Plus 20 days.
Plus 20 days. And did he say any fines or anything like that?
The 20 days is probably instead of the fines. So
okay.
20 days detention is different from prison with labor. So that's for the minor crimes, minor offenses act, instead of a fine.
Is there anything else I missed?
I think you nailed it. But the 6 months bottom line.
Yeah.
And the reason that it's reduced so much is because they did not perceive the damage from the deepfakes to be
right.
as serious as, you know,
what was expected. Yeah.
They balanced it out.
Yeah.
And then he was given like a ban for like going to places with women and children for 5 years or something like that.
Correct. That's about offender status. So that's being connected with the deepfake, right? So he's got to go register as a sex offender because it's a sexual crime. So he's got to stay away from places involving women and children, just like in the U.S. where you stay away from playgrounds and daycares and stuff like that.
And this will affect the type of labor that he'll be doing, just like the prosecutor wanted.
So what do you think the most likely labor he'll be doing?
Factory labor.
I don't know, but the important thing that that the judge pointed out is that they have been monitoring his YouTube, including what he's been doing in the past few weeks.
Right.
And that has had an effect on their decision.
And of course he lied and said he hadn't committed any crimes during the course of the trial, which we've documented, showed, even filed the child sexual harassment charges, which were during the pendency of the trial.
And then when they asked if there's any reason he should not be detained immediately, like he's going to serve the sentence, but the question is, do they take him away right now, or do they do it later, issue an arrest warrant? Well, so those are the issues. His reasoning, he was allowed the opportunity to speak, to advocate for himself, and his reasoning was, I miss my family. Yeah. Which does not sound very convincing as far as an argument against him being a flight risk.
The judge did not care.
Yeah.
And from what I saw, his mother was not there. A lot of people were speculating online that his mom was going to show up, but I didn't see her there.
No Hank.
She was not there.
Hank was not there either.
And
so
at the very end, he was escorted out of the room, not through the front door that he came in, but through the side door, which is where he was going to go. He did have a full backpack, which means he knew that he was expecting the possibility. A packed full backpack.
Yeah.
And he was wearing an Israel and USA pin, which no keep by the way.
Oh boy. So after that, he was taken to the back room. Was he handcuffed there?
Yeah. He was handcuffed in the back room, searched, and had all his stuff itemized, and they're gonna bring him out right here.
But also, regardless of what happens, you also have an appeal process here in Korea. So let's say if Johnny gets a slap on the wrist, the prosecutor has 7 days to appeal. And apparently they can appeal 2 to 3 times here. So let's say they give him a slap on the wrist. He can't leave for another 7 days. If the prosecutor decides to appeal this, he has to go through trial again. And apparently that can repeat a few times. Or if they throw the book at Johnny, Johnny also has the right to appeal as well.
So it's been a few hours since we got out of the trial. So we went to a study room and we've been working on the video right now. But Gabe found some interesting information about the appeal process, because if you guys did watch my live stream right after the trial, my Wi-Fi dropped about 9.5 minutes in. So the last 3 or 4 minutes of the stream was never there. So that was very unfortunate, but now I'm going to update you guys about what we said before the internet dropped. So essentially, you found out more information on how the appeal process worked.
Right.
So let's say if Johnny, he got a 6-month sentence, but if he appeals or if the prosecutor appeals and the new trial takes longer than 6 months, what happens then?
So if the prosecutor appeals, which the prosecutor can appeal if they're not satisfied with the sentencing, they will continue the trial. And if it goes beyond 6 months, he stays in prison as if he's in detention during trial.
Wow.
So say it goes on for 9 months, he stays in the prison for those extra 3 months. And then say at the end of that process, they tack on an extra 6 months, then they will subtract that from the time served, and he will do another 3 months in prison. So that's what it would look like. Now, if it goes on for a long time, which is very rare for an appeal to take that long, but there is a limit of additional time. So if, say it goes on for a year, after another 4 to 6 months, they will let him out and they will continue the appeal trial. But then if it goes another level, say to the Supreme Court, he goes right back in.
What do you think the over-under is that the prosecutor appeals this?
Well, I think it's very interesting that the Korean press has been referring to this trial as the end of the first trial. They're not calling it the end of the trial.
That's interesting.
It's very common in these articles for them to call it the first trial. So there's a perception and maybe an assumption that the prosecutor will be appealing a sentence that was actually less than a third of what the prosecutor had asked
20% of what the prosecutor asked for.
Exactly. I have here in the Korea Herald, the prosecutor's office was contacted for comment on a possible appeal, but they haven't responded as of press time.
Interesting.
And then, they state here, under the Criminal Procedure Act, a defendant can be held in custody for up to 6 months during the first trial. So if it takes 6 months, then they can hold him for another 6 months. If the case moves through appeals, as far as the Supreme Court, detention may be extended by additional 4 to 6 months at each level, bringing the total possible period of custody to roughly 14 to 18 months. So it could even result in a lengthy trial where he gets more time than the prosecutor wanted.
And when it's appealed, it doesn't go in front of the same judge then, right?
That's right. It goes before a panel of 3 judges. So because this is sort of escalated, think of it as an escalation, they're going to need more minds, and they're going to need the 3 of those judges to come to a consensus. And usually they come to a unanimous consensus, but sometimes they have to really do a compromise. Like there might be one judge that really wants to let the guy go and quit, but the other 2 really want like the maximum punishment, so they'll find some middle ground. But usually they're able to find a consensus.
So if an appeal goes through, that would then become very expensive for Johnny, because either he gets a public defender or he has to hire a new attorney, I'm assuming.
I think he would have no choice but to get a public defender. He would need a major like almost support network, and he doesn't even have a network of one at this point, of one person at this point.
Because Hank is no longer supporting him.
That's correct. You would need to have that support from outside, because it takes work.
Yeah.
Same is true with the public defender, right? With the public defender, at least the public defender will do their job, but they're going to do the absolute minimum.
Right.
So it would not be looking very good. I mean, I don't think it would be a strong case anyway, but that would be the way to go. I call it a free lottery ticket, because anybody can appeal, and it's not like in the United States where they can reject it.
Right.
If he decides to appeal, it goes to trial.
Interesting.
Your chances of winning are the same as a lottery ticket, so it's a free lottery ticket.
Well, Thank you so much, Gabe, for all of the help throughout the entire trial process. He goes as Culture Brad on YouTube. I'll be linking it down below. He's building this massive documentary on Johnny Somali, and he's released a few clips teasing that documentary on his channel, so definitely recommend checking that out. Yeah.
And look, I cover stupid things that happen on the internet for a living, and this has gone so far past just stupid that it's just straight up pathetic. Because for years, the dude thought that just being a burden to society was some sort of weird money glitch, because essentially he was just weaponizing the politeness of polite societies over here in Asia. And Johnny pushed the envelope as far as he could possibly go. But in reality, it seems like things are catching up to him. Because in the long run, you can't expect to just harass people for stream donations and expect to not get any consequences. Regardless though, thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. And thank you so much to GamerSubs for helping me and my team members actually go to South Korea multiple times to cover all this. So if you do want to support the channel, you can go to gamersubs.gg/atozy. And that gives you 10% off anything on the store because they have the best sugar-free beverages out there. And if you don't believe me, you can get a free one at gamersubs.gg/atozy. You scroll to the bottom of the website. Limited availability though, because often I promote this and 500 of you guys grab them real quick and suddenly they sell out for a day. So keep checking. But regardless, if you want to support the channel, you can still buy anything for 10% off with my code. And obviously, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
is the point.
Out of the sentencing for Johnny Somali, and he was arrested.
Discovered Earth's liquid core. Then we discovered a solid core within that liquid core. Then we discovered that the solid core has bizarre properties that are more liquid-like. So, is the inner core solid or liquid? The answer is yes. Before we get started, a couple of quick announcements. First, we have some new data. Liking and commenting really does help get the episodes shared. So, please do both of those things. And we've also learned that the number one reason that people support us on Patreon isn't actually the perks. It's simply to support the Spacetime community and the work that we do. So, for those of you who do support, thank you so much. But don't get me wrong, there are perks, and they're good. There's a link in the description if you'd like to join. This really would be a huge help. Next up, today's episode is part of PBS Earth Month. PBS is celebrating by releasing a ton of great new episodes diving deep into our amazing planet. In particular, you might enjoy the latest episode of Eons, which covers supermountains, these ridiculously enormous formations that, as far as we know, have only ever existed on Earth twice. Links to that episode and the full Earth Month playlist also in the description. Next up, we're excited to launch our Universe in a Black Hole t-shirt and hoodie. If you believe we're trapped inside a black hole, where space and time swapped roles and the Big Bang was just the other side of a collapse, then this is the shirt for you. We're also still offering up our Black Hole Light Curves desktop and gaming mat that shows the ways light is warped by the gravity of a black hole. Plus, our UV Glow Kerr rotating black hole designs and dark energy mugs are all still available. Links in the description. Now, onto the episode. And no, it may be that Earth's inner core is in an exotic state of matter that is simultaneously crystalline and fluid, the superionic state. The mysteries of our own planet's interior have in many ways been harder to crack than those of the rest of the cosmos. I mean, we can send probes to the edge of the solar system, and the 46 billion light years to the cosmic horizon are largely transparent. We can see the most distant galaxies. But the 6,400 kilometers to Earth's center are both opaque to light and far beyond the reach of any conventional drill. The best we can do is to listen to the faint rumblings of distant earthquakes and then try to piece together how those seismic waves bounce around Earth's interior. To give you an idea of how seismology has lagged cosmology and the rest of physics, it wasn't until 1909, after Einstein's special relativity, that anyone realized that seismic waves could teach us about Earth's structure. It was Andrija Mohorovičić that noticed that some of the P waves, that's primary or pressure waves, found a shortcut from the earthquake's epicenter to seismic stations hundreds of kilometers away. He brilliantly inferred that the waves traveled through a denser and hence higher velocity region deeper in the Earth, thereby discovering the crust-mantle boundary. That opened the floodgates. In 1914, just a year before general relativity and the following prediction of black holes, we discovered Earth's molten core. That was by Benno Gutenberg, who found that S-waves, for secondary or shear, were blocked across a broad shadow region on the opposite side of the planet to their origin. Well, the P waves could make it straight through. Shear waves only propagate through solids, so he realized that this meant there must be a liquid interior to the Earth. But even those P waves play funny around the molten core, refracting to create smaller shadow zones. Taking this game one level deeper, it was in 1936, long after we discovered the expansion of the universe and inferred the Big Bang, that Inga Lehman discovered the inner solid core. She found that some P waves did enter their shadow zones and brilliantly figured out that these must be reflecting off a solid region even deeper than the molten interior. Well, better late than never. These ideas have been refined and verified over the years, leading to our modern multi-layered model of Earth's interior. Our planet is an oblate spheroid with a lower density crust that carries slow P waves and even slower S waves, followed by a denser, higher wave speed rocky mantle that slowly flows even though it's still solid, allowing it to support both wave types. Then we have the liquid outer core wreathing a solid inner core, both mostly of iron. It all hangs together, neatly explaining our dynamic planet from its volcanism to its tectonics to its magnetic field. For all intents and purposes, it's right. So what do we do when new, even more refined seismic data disagrees with this model? As our seismic monitoring became more sensitive and more widespread, we started to probe the inner structure in more detail, and we started to see some glitches. For example, P waves pass through the inner core faster in the polar direction than the equatorial direction. This is typically explained by the fact that sound speed in a crystal can depend on the orientation relative to the crystal's lattice. If Earth's inner core is crystalline iron, and the lattice orientation correlates with planetary spin, then the polar equatorial difference can be explained. There even seems to be an east-west hemispheric asymmetry in wave speed, and that's taken as evidence of large-scale lumpiness and/or melt regions in the inner core. One of the hardest things to explain is really deep in the weeds of the data, but it may reveal something really startling about the heart of our planet. S waves, which are completely blocked by the molten outer core, do arise in the inner core through conversion of P waves. And it's actually wild that we can even identify surface seismic waves that have gone through a PS then SP transition through Earth's core, then back to P waves to return to the surface. But we do find that these core shear waves travel way too slowly in that core compared to what we expect given the core's composition. S waves in the core are also losing energy much more quickly as they travel than is expected for a stiff material like crystalline iron. Now, this inner core S wave thing is a real current mystery, and to figure it out, we're going to need some geophysics. There are two main ways to deform a solid. Compression expansion, so changing the volume, and that's what P waves do, or shearing, changing the shape, and that's our S waves. The more resistant a material is to either of these, the faster that material will propagate waves in that mode. Think about it as a more easily deformable material being sort of soft and sludgy in that mode. Crystalline iron is very stiff to both compression and shear, and so should have fast P and S waves. And Earth's core does transmit P waves as fast as we expect, but the S waves are too slow. To put numbers on this, the relative shear ability to compressibility of a material is encapsulated by the Poisson's ratio, which is usually around 0.2 or 0.3 for a typical solid, but Earth's core seems to be at around 0.45, which is close to the Poisson's ratio for rubber. So not very compressible, but very shearable. Let's call such a material squidgy. That's not a technical term, so don't use it on any geophysicists. So what sort of core material could be squidgy like this? Well, we're going to stick with iron in general because we know that this matches the density and because we see that asteroids do develop these iron cores as the heavy metal drips to the center during cooling. But there are various things that could increase the core's squidginess. The first idea people had was to just add other stuff to the crystal lattice. Alloying iron crystal with hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, silicon, sulfur will significantly increase the Poisson's ratio and so lower S-wave speed. But it's now generally believed that all by itself, just alloying with any reasonable amount of these light elements could not reduce S-wave speed by enough. Another possibility is to make the core grainy. Rather than one giant spherical crystal, the lattice of the core could be fragmented, potentially on microscopic scales. When molten metal solidifies, its crystal lattice grows from multiple nucleation points, resulting in many misaligned sectors. Over time, these grains can merge and align to produce larger lattices or even fragment further, and it's not clear what we should expect to have happened in Earth's core. Because the boundaries between grains lack the strength of the pure lattice, they're more able to slide against each other. And this is greatly amplified if microscopic membranes of molten or heat-softened metal form between those grains. This granularization and melt or pre-melt can potentially explain the high Poisson's ratio in the core. But the challenge with this explanation is that there's only a narrow window of grain size plus melt or pre-melt that gives us the right core properties to explain S-wave propagation. Push it too far, and the core goes from squidgy to goopy, meaning that S-waves lose way too much energy compared to what we observe. There's also the issue that fine-grained crystal structures have a harder time organizing globally, and remember, we need some level of global lattice alignment to explain the polar versus equatorial speed difference. Most likely there is some of this granularization, etc. going on, but there are strong arguments that they aren't the whole explanation. We're looking for a way to retain the general rigidity of the core, potentially allowing a global crystal lattice alignment, but to still lubricate things a bit to slow down them S-waves. What we need is a new state of matter, a state of matter that allows the core to be simultaneously solid and liquid. And so let me introduce the superionic state. In this state, we have a rigid crystal lattice of some element or molecule with some other atom moving freely within this structure. There are lots of examples of superionic materials with various technological applications, from batteries and fuel cells to various types of sensor. We've even observed superionic ice, in which hydrogen moves freely within an oxygen lattice. In the case of Earth's core, the primary lattice would be the hexagonal lattice formed by iron, alloyed with nickel. Lighter elements like hydrogen, oxygen, and most notably carbon could then live in the interstitial spaces of that lattice, moving with a freedom that is liquid-like. Now, iron doesn't do this in normal circumstances. At low temperature, impurities like carbon tend to stay at fixed positions in the lattice. But molecular dynamics simulations have shown that as temperatures increase, carbon atoms begin to move between interstitial sites, and above a certain temperature, they exhibit liquid-like behavior. According to these simulations, the high-pressure inner core of the Earth creates the perfect conditions for the iron-carbon lattice to enter this superionic state. Even better, in these simulations, the alloy shows a lower shear velocity than pure iron, and a Poisson's ratio of around 0.43, very close to the observed seismic properties of the real inner core. Simulations are great because they can suggest and sharpen hypotheses that we can then go and test in the real world. Now, it's going to be a long time before we can access Earth's core to do direct tests, so in the meantime we need to recreate the conditions of the core in our labs. And this is where the new study by Huang-He Zhang et al. Comes in. This team created a hexagonal close-packed iron lattice with a small amount of carbon dissolved interstitially. Then they smacked it with particles traveling at high speed to create shock pressures and corresponding temperatures high enough to unlock the superionic state. Now, the theme of this episode seems to be sound speed in different materials, so fun side note. The projectile in this experiment was accelerated by a light gas gun. The projectile velocity in a firearm is constrained by the speed of sound, just because a bullet is pushed out of the nozzle by expanding gas, and that expansion is limited by sound speed. But sound speed increases with molecular mass. For air, that's basically dinitrogen. If instead you fill the chamber with hydrogen or helium, then a higher sound speed behind the bullet results in a faster muzzle velocity. Where normal firearms can achieve muzzle velocities of Mach a few, a light gas projectile can hit Mach 20 plus, or actual orbital velocities. Because of that, they're often used to study the impacts of, say, micrometeoroids on space-based hardware. But in this experiment, the light gas gun is giving us a sort of particle accelerator for geology. Anyway, end tangent mode, and let's get back to the experiment. Once the superionic state was created in the iron lattice, its properties were studied similar to how we study Earth's interior by looking at vibrations on the surface. In this case with photon Doppler velocimetry, which is basically pointing a super precise speed gun at the surface. Now those vibrations revealed the structure of the interior of the sample, just as with seismology. In this way, the team could infer various properties, including the shear velocity and the Poisson's ratio. And these values were consistent with what we expect from superionic iron as predicted by simulations. It's worth mentioning that this experiment didn't achieve the full pressure and temperature of Earth's inner core, but at the very least, we seem to have produced this strange phase of matter in an iron-carbon alloy, which is an experimental validation of a mechanism that had previously existed only in simulation. And the superionic state produced exhibits strong shear softening consistent with seismic data that strengthens its viability as a candidate for the unusual squidginess of Earth's inner core. If the superionic hypothesis turns out to be true, it may help explain other things. For example, preferential flow of the interstitial carbon along Earth's rotational axis could partially account for the polar equatorial speed difference, which loosens the constraints on global lattice alignment. And the flow of this carbon may even participate in the geodynamo effect that powers Earth's magnetic field. And we should also consider this a victory for the philosophy at the heart of all of physics, that the secrets of nature are best revealed by smashing things into other things really hard. Earth's interior below us is in many ways harder to explore than the vast cosmos above. Fortunately, the secrets of both are encoded in vibrations that reach the narrow sliver of our human world from both directions, and so we build our maps of both astrophysical and geophysical space-time.
Appointment turns into a felony charge. Jesus. How a dentist appointment turns into a felony charge. Jesus. All right, let's get it. All right, let's get it. It's about time. It is. It's about time.
On January 2nd, 2024, officers were dispatched to a dentist office in regards to a disruptive patient.
Who crashes out of this?
Yeah, of course. Over here. Okay. Why can't they just do what they need to freaking do? Why? Like, all right, what's going on? Oh, so they called the cops. They have the cops here now. All right, what's going on? There is nothing here. All I asked was just for my documentation about what happened here and what went on, and they refused to give me my paperwork, and that's all I asked. That's it. I don't understand why it's a problem or an issue for me to get my documentation of what happened today.
Did I refuse to give it to you?
Yes, you refused to give it to me, and you told me no.
I said
no.
I said she just left the chair. I was unable to have documentation until I compile it. Until I compile it, I asked her if she would like to come back for it.
Okay.
Then she can come back for it.
Okay, do you understand her? No, ma'am, please. Because I was sitting.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm not trying to argue with you, ma'am. Just how
she
you
said that you can have the documentation, just not right now.
Just how you allowed her to talk, I'm asking for the same respect.
All right, let's go outside and talk.
Okay.
I'm asking for the same respect.
She's reasonable so far.
Why is that an issue? That I'm asking for the same respect that you just gave to this woman, but you're not giving it to me.
Okay, what's going on?
The problem is, I was sitting down, okay, waiting to get the documentation before I got the documentation, which was asking for the things that were done here today. They told me, oh, you don't have to pay, you can just leave, it doesn't matter. They told me I didn't have to pay, I could just leave, when I told them I had the money to pay for today and what happened today. And
so what's the issue?
The issue is all I want is documents that happened today, so that way I can take it.
They don't have it ready.
Get the work done that I needed done.
You heard what she said, right? You can get it later.
But why is it an issue for me to get it?
Okay. Here.
Because they don't have it ready.
All right, can you hang up the phone? He's not part of this right now.
Okay, so I can come back later and pick them up?
I told her I would mail them to her address because
they don't have an address on.
And I asked her to write it down.
All right, hang up the phone. This person's not a part of it. Okay. All right, so you're going to have to leave the property now. If you come back here and cause more issues, we're going to have a bigger issue, okay? They do not have the documents ready for you right now, and that's the end of it.
And any reasonable person at this point would say, okay, understandable, I'm going to leave.
Yeah, that's it. Cool. Okay, they'll shoot in that simple. Why was it that such a problem?
Okay, all right.
Because they don't have an address or a place to send it
That's
to.
smart.
So
can you give her one?
Why? They already told me I have to leave. I have to leave the premises right now.
If you want them sent to you, then give them the address. It's very simple.
Yeah, what address?
What is wrong with a person like this?
And, you know,
They just told me to leave the premises and I come back and pick it up later, right? Why do I have to have it mailed? Why can't I create?
Well, it's gonna take me a minute to do it, and the way she was acting, I couldn't have her. If you guys are sitting here with her, I'll do it.
But I don't care.
She doesn't even want to do it without the police there. Damn.
That's fine. I just want my to stay here while you're here. I'm just, when I can come back and pick up
Isn't
my
it-
documentation, I will come back and pick it up.
People like her are so stubborn. I know. As I said before, like this is like in a perfect world, they would have already tased her at least twice.
Okay, all right, just come outside.
No, I don't want. No,
We're going to wait outside, and she's going to print it up while we're here.
I thought she just said that they could.
Just wait outside.
Even the guy's telling her on the phone to go outside.
Yes, Daddy.
What?
I mean, wait, what
I don't care. Whoever.
Are you going to wait for the documents or not? Hello?
Oh my god.
He just said.
Oh my god.
Hello?
Oh my god.
He just said.
Okay. When we came back.
No. What do you mean she's back? What do you mean?
Waiting for the paper that they said that they were just about to bring out.
Yeah, and then you left, so we thought you left.
No, I left to go for a walk so I can calm down. I didn't leave, but you told me to come back in here when everything was done. So that's what I was doing.
I just told you to wait outside, then you...
That's what I was doing outside. I was waiting.
All right, can you
I was
just
waiting.
sit down and
I
we'll
was
get
waiting while I was walking away from you while you guys were asking me.
your documents here in a minute.
Oh, wait, I'll go for another walk again and wait.
Okay, don't go for a walk. Just stay here. I don't need you walking around everywhere. I need to find where you're at so we can just give you the documents. I'm sure it'll be just another minute.
And think about this. The police, even now, they're putting up with this shit. Even now, they're saying, we're just going to get you the documents so you can leave and we can leave. And there's going to be no problems. Even now.
Documents are done and I can go for a walk until
Even
then.
after
I don't
she came
understand
back
why
and
it's a
ran away
problem
from
for
them.
me to just step outside and go for a walk.
Okay, can you just step outside and just wait there? Because once they get the documents, we can just hand it to you. I can't be here all day while you're going on
You
a walk.
don't have to be here all day. I can come back in a few minutes when the paperwork is done.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand why that's a problem.
Okay. Can you just stay here for 1 minute and then we'll get you your documents, okay?
I don't understand why.
Okay, you're making a bigger issue than it needs to
I'm
be.
not trying to make an issue. I'm not trying to make a problem. I'm just, why can't I go for a walk until this is done? Why do I have to?
How much longer till the documents are ready? Okay.
So can I go for a walk until?
Just don't tell me that you are a few minutes away from getting everything that you wanted. You could have just gotten what you wanted, and don't tell me.
No, stay here, or we're
Dude.
going to be trespassing you from here, okay?
Why?
Just stay here.
Uh-huh.
Just stay here. They're getting the papers. I'm not going to babysit.
You don't have to babysit. I said I would
She knows. She's realized that's your job.
come back in a little bit when this
Okay.
is done. I can give you a call first, and then when they're done, I can call you, and we can come here together if you want.
Just stay here for a minute.
I don't want to do that. I just want to leave so that way I can go and finish what I had to do today.
What did you have to do?
They're working on it.
And they're taking a long time, so I can't go for a walk because I have to go fill out an application and an interview right now.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You left. Okay,
Yes.
we saw you leave. I hung out here for another 5 minutes.
Yep.
You clearly weren't coming back. I told them you left.
I never said I
They
wasn't
just
coming
detain
back.
her.
I never said
How am I supposed to know? I can't
Yep.
read your mind.
You can't read my mind. Okay, you don't know what I'm going to do or what I have to do. I had an appointment to go at another place that's near here that I missed an appointment.
Okay, that's not my
Ooh.
fault.
And that, okay, that's fine. So I went to go and take care of what
Well, hey, I know the solution. You missed one appointment. Let's continue fighting with the police. That's going to make sure you don't miss any more appointments, right?
I had to take care of. And I came back. So that way I can get the
You can let us know what you're doing just so we know, hey, you're coming back. Because I was about to leave. And then they're going to have to call me back out here again, and we're going to have another issue.
So then if you want to sit here and wait while I go and do what I have to do, fine.
No, we're not doing this. We're not playing. I'm not playing games with
I'm
you.
not trying to play games. I have an appointment somewhere else that I have to be at.
Okay, then do you want to come
Here
back
comes
later
the
today
next
for the
cop.
documents?
I can come back whenever I need to come back for the paperwork and whenever the
Oh,
paperwork
no, that's
is
not the
done.
cop?
That's not a problem. I don't mind coming back.
Imagine, dude. Comes
Later
the next
today for the
cop.
documents?
I can come back whenever I need to come back for the paperwork and whenever the
Oh,
paperwork
no, that's
is
not the
done.
cop?
That's not a problem. I don't mind coming back.
Imagine, dude. Yeah, I'm here for my teeth cleaning.
Okay, you had an issue with
Right?
it earlier today.
No, I did not.
You did. That's why I was called here, because you had an issue with it. I'm not playing games with you.
I never had an issue coming back to pick up my paperwork, but they told me that I wasn't going to be able to get it for a while.
Okay, just hang on 1 second. Let me see how much longer it's going to be.
I have another appointment I had to get to. And
Okay, you're going to have to wait.
Oh,
You
no.
mean days?
Yeah,
It's not
yeah, she's
days.
crashing. You can tell she's crashing out right now.
Why can't I just come back after I finish
it's
what I had
begun.
to finish there, and then I
The
can finish my
panic-
doc, and then
the
I can
panic
pick up
set
the
in.
documentation,
Oh, yeah.
and I can call you.
Just wait a
It's
second.
over.
Is it ready?
2 more minutes. He's finishing his note real quick. That's why I said it would be better if she came back.
Right, well,
But I prefer her
now-
not to come back ever.
Okay, so she's going to be trespassed?
Yes.
Okay,
And then-
so you hear this, okay? If you leave the property and come back, you'll be arrested. If you leave right now, you cannot come back, okay?
I just want my paperwork.
Okay, wait 2 minutes, and you'll have your paperwork, okay? Do you understand? If you return this property, you will be arrested.
I don't mind that. I don't care about
Okay,
that.
so
That's
you-
fine. I just want my documentation so I can take it to my new doctor.
Surely,
Okay, they can
surely
do what
she
they need
doesn't
to do,
care.
Since they don't want me here.
Moody. Okay. So, like I said, you're just going to have to wait here, because if you leave and come back, you're getting arrested.
I can't get my paperwork and documentation even if I leave and come back?
I'm telling you.
They
No.
just explained it to you.
I have to wait.
You
for
have to
minutes
be
for
here
what?
and...
Let me write down my information or whatever.
Hey, ma'am, sit down.
I'm not a dog. I'm not sitting down like I'm a dog. I'm not a dog.
Stay right there. You're not moving anywhere. You're waiting for your documents. Unless you want to leave, then you're going to be trespassed and you'll be arrested if you return.
I want my paperwork.
Come sit down. You're not blocking the
I'm not
doorway.
a dog.
You
I'm not a
smoking
dog.
94.
For what?
Calling
Bring
for
back up here.
backup.
Kids have to go
Yep.
hands on with you. Come sit down right now.
For what?
Oh
Come sit
my
down.
Hands on
God.
with me for what? All I asked was for my papers.
Isn't it crazy? Like, these people are just, they're so obnoxious. They won't listen. They'll always, yeah, it's acting like a dog. I know.
I don't understand why this is
This
an
is
issue.
insane.
You 12 on 10 for right now.
I'm not refusing anything. I didn't know. I'm asking for my documents.
Damn.
Get out of the door. You're not going to be blocking the doorway for all these other
I'm
customers.
not blocking the doorway for anything. The door's open. Anyone can come in here. I'm not blocking anyone.
Ma'am, I do not want to go hands-on with you. Can you come sit down right now?
I'm not a dog.
You're about to be tied up like a pig. Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
Who called you a dog?
You're telling me to sit down like I'm a dog.
Yes,
I'm
get
not
out
a
of the
dog.
door. Okay, fine. Come stand by this wall. Get out of this doorway right now.
Why? Because I'm asking for my papers?
Yes. Come stand over here.
I don't understand. Why?
Okay, all right.
For what?
Okay, go stand over there right now.
I'm not a dog.
You're not going to be blocking the doorway.
I'm keeping the door open. Anyone can
This
come in
is
here at any time.
crazy.
Okay, my partner's going to come in there.
This is insane. These cops have so much patience. They do. They have so much patience. It's crazy.
All right, do you have your ID on you?
No, I do not.
All right. Get off the phone.
No, I'm calling my mom.
Get off the phone.
You can't tell me I can't call my mom.
Come sit over here.
Please, bro. Please. Please be the hero that we need. Fun's over. All right. Here we go.
All right, she's trespassed. They're getting her documents right now.
I'm waiting.
She wants to be argumentative with me. I told her to sit down. She wants to call her mom and stay in the doorway.
They're refusing.
Go wait outside.
They refuse to
All
give
right,
me my
let's go outside.
No, I'm not
Let's go
doing
outside.
anything. They told me to
Go to jail.
wait 2 minutes
Hey.
for my paperwork. I'm waiting for my paperwork. I'm opening the doors open, wide open.
Go outside and
That's
go to
not
jail.
an issue.
All right, that's it.
I'm
We're
already
done.
getting
Yeah, he got it. He got it. Yeah, there it is.
Okay, I'll get
Get up
out.
and go
I
outside.
just wanted the paperwork. Why is that a
Get
problem?
up and go outside because you're not listening. Get
I'm
up and
not
go
listening
outside.
for what I
This is a business.
Okay, and that's fine.
Look,
Mom.
she actually like a dog. She won't leave. Now you're really blocking the door. Oh my God.
Outside now.
Okay, if you
What
do
is
not
this
get
behavior?
up right now, you're going
Again, so many of these people, this is another pretty girl that's used to being able to act like a child her entire life, and she gets held accountable, and she's used to gaslighting, lying, being argumentative, being totally fucking like adversarial to everything, doing everything that she wants, and getting away with it. And then the cops come, and they don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, this guy probably has grandkids, okay? He didn't give a fuck about her.
jail.
That's it.
Just
All
go
right, you're done.
Yep, spoiled bratty bitch. Exactly.
I'm not playing
I
games.
love it.
I'm not playing any games. I'm not playing any games. I'm outside. I'm
Oh.
outside. Mom! Mom, get off of me. What am I? I'm not resisting. No, I'm not. I'm not.
Oh my God.
Turn around.
Ow, you're hurting me.
Turn around.
I'm trying to just stop. Get off of me.
Oh God.
You're hurting me. You're
Jesus.
Get on your step.
See, I don't know why they don't just zap them. They should just zap. Like, why don't they just zap them more? Like a fucking cattle prod. Like, that's what they really need to do. Like, there's something to just like shut them down, right?
Stop, Mom. Stop.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Uh-oh. Oh, there's two guys now on her. Uh-oh.
Turn around. Get a cuff on her.
Yep, I'm coming.
Get her cuff on. Oh, man.
Right now.
Man. Dude, body cams have done so much for the narrative about how police are so unreasonable and mean and awful. Like, after seeing these, the perspective is totally different.
Why are you doing this? I just wanted my documentation. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, that's right.
Trying to get up.
Oh. Hey, stop!
Turn you around.
You're going to get hurt if you don't comply. And that's by your own accord.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, release your hands.
You want to get tased?
I don't want to go to I don't. Do you want to get tased? Okay, now we're having fun.
Back now.
Hey!
Yep. Yeah, you just wanted your documents. You just wanted your it's too bad.
You are not listening.
Got her locked in. There we go. I can't, bro. I've heard that before.
Stop.
Classic.
Stop.
Stupid bitch. I know.
Hey! All right, now
Oh,
stand up.
God. Jesus Christ.
What is it?
Damn.
One of my papers.
I love seeing these. I love this. This is great.
I asked for my papers.
She's gonna miss her appointment. She is.
No.
Knock it off.
I'm not doing anything.
Yes, you are.
I'm not doing anything. Oh my God.
Come on, sit up.
The actual dude. Straight to the fucking mental asylum.
Then stand up.
Stand up. I am. You're hurting me.
Nobody is hurting you. Stand up.
Oh God.
You're hurting me. Stop.
Jesus.
Stop.
Stand still.
Look at this.
Why are you doing this?
Jesus. Oh, they're cutting the backpack off of her. Shouldn't have fucked around.
I just wanted my paperwork.
Yeah, well,
Why is this a problem?
it's too bad. Straight to jail, exactly. Literal child, I know.
My mom became an issue.
Idea.
Yep.
Why?
That's right.
Cut the backpack right off of her.
Let the thing go. Stop it.
I didn't do anything.
Really?
I didn't do
Really?
I don't know why they don't just zap them more. Because I feel like there's been so many videos I've seen where like there's some guy that's acting like a badass, and the moment that they get zapped, bro, like they tense up like a mummy. Like, and then after that, they're like, okay. Paperwork probably. I gotta get rid of that.
All right, come on, stand up. Let's
Yep.
go. Come on.
Put them out. It's a health risk.
I need my papers.
Shouldn't
I
have
can't
done
talk
it.
until my computer.
Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have resisted.
Where's your car?
Yeah.
Knock it off.
No, that's my homework, my wallet, everything's in there.
We're gonna bring all your stuff now. Knock it off.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I need my identity, my wallet.
Search her, make sure you get on.
We got ourselves a squealer, boys.
You're gonna get everything. Calm down.
No, I need my identity, my wallet's all over
You'll
there.
get everything.
Uh-huh.
Calm down. This is ridiculous.
I just wanted my document.
Absolutely.
Then you would have got it
insane.
if you listened.
I did.
Let's go. Stand up and get in the
I
car.
know, I'm not getting arrested for
Yes,
this.
you are. Get in the car.
Why am I getting arrested?
Because now you're gonna arrest it for.
I'm not getting arrested. Meanwhile, you're fucking handcuffed. You're being thrown. I'm not getting arrested. What do you mean you're not getting arrested? It's not what it looks like to me.
Refusing to move, and it's assaulting the police officer. Get in the car.
I didn't assault a police officer.
Get in.
Yeah.
Man, you're gonna get pulled in if you don't get in. I promise you.
You're gonna get tased in 1 second.
Yep.
I assault a police officer in my. I need my backpack, please. I need my backpack, please. Hey, I
Get
need
in the
my
car.
backpack, please. Please.
Do you want to be? There you go.
Get it.
You can't keep her in there. You can hear her screaming. Oh God, listen.
Get it. God.
I just wanted my paperwork.
Yeah.
Why?
Cause you
Why
idiot.
is that such a problem?
Yeah.
Can I please just get my paperwork?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Yeah.
I just wanted to come with my mom. Why?
Man.
I'm sorry. I told you I was frightened.
I not
Two men.
I told you we
They've
were gonna
got
do that.
what's her paperwork? Oh, it's ready. Oh, it's too late. She's already getting arrested. You've already ruined your life. Never mind. Should have been faster on the printer, Kathy. We lost another one.
Two men on a young lady? It's just crazy to me.
She's an animal.
All right, so this is her stuff.
Hang on, I gotta call someone.
Oh yeah, thanks.
This is her paperwork. I never want to see the lady again. I don't know what I need to do for that trespassing or whatever, but
She already knows she's trespassed. She caused an issue, so.
okay. Well, thank you. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
I've never in my life seen something like that crazy, but I guess that's normal for you guys.
Yeah, I only saw something that's crazy one other time, and it was me fighting another girl like that. I only saw something that's crazy one other time, and it was me fighting another girl like that.
It's always the girls.
I'll tell you. Well, I will fight 3 guys his size before one girl.
She,
Is there an ear in here somewhere?
It's coming from a girl? Yeah. From a female cop, too? It is. See, I probably hate it the most. Shit. God.
Please, these are hurting me! These are hurting me!
Meanwhile, the cops aren't even there. They're like having a conversation in the on the other side of the parking lot. They're not even thinking about you. A tantrum, you're hurting yourself? Exactly. Well, that's what people like this do. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right. Give me a minute. Let me get to it. I can't fix her? Dude.
These are hurting me, please!
You really want to deal with that? Oh my god.
Can I get something,
Yeah, can you get some names?
Please! That's my ID! That's my wallet!
Yeah.
That's my wallet!
It was.
I knew we were gonna come back here too.
Yeah.
I didn't know you stayed. I thought you left.
I was gonna pull out, and then
And then I was
the
like-
lady came running.
Why does she have a burner phone? That's crazy. Why she got that? Man. I'm gonna be honest. I got some advice. Never trust a girl that has more than one phone.
At my door, right as
Oh,
you
did
pulled
she?
out.
Never.
Yeah, I was like, hey, she's back. And I was like, what are you talking about? She's like, she's in there. I'm like, are you serious? And I was just gonna handle
Yeah.
it, but then she started to get a little
Nah,
desperate.
yeah,
And I'm like,
I knew I would have came right back.
Yeah?
yeah, no, I know. I just want to get out of here.
They all
My
have to?
computer, my backpack,
Exactly.
my mom.
Yep. Now you're starting to put it together, huh?
Okay, I thought there was another one.
Probably
right
a
there.
sex worker? Of course.
Oh, I did. Get back in there.
They all cheat.
Jeez,
Oh.
freaking non-stop.
Uh-huh.
I can't. Can I leave?
Can I
Hello?
leave?
Am I being arrested? Yes. For what?
Yes.
We're trespassing after I told you how to leave. I'll go. I never said
No.
that. I was your resisting police.
And I guarantee you, if you let her go, she would immediately try to walk back into the store. She would immediately, like, this doesn't even work, right? Because if you let this person go, they're just going to instantly go back and do the same thing again.
Yes. I didn't violence. What do you mean? I didn't even hit you. I didn't even touch you. Can
Yeah.
I at least call and let my family know, please? Your mom already called. I told her
Yeah.
she couldn't hear from you when you called the jail.
Uh-huh.
No, can I please call my dad? Please, it's his birthday today. I can't miss this, please.
Ooh.
I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to go back to jail. I don't want to go back. I don't want to.
Why am I not surprised? Back to jail. Should have never let her out. Big mistake.
Go back to jail, please don't make me go back to jail. I don't want to go, please.
All right, that's a warrant. Yep.
Wait, where's my backpack? I need my backpack. I need my backpack. Stop. No.
They need to have electric seats.
Mom, my mom's right there. 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 Mom, my mom's right there. My mom's right there.
God.
Mom, my mom's right there. She's in that Jeep right there. My mom's in the Jeep right there. Please, my mom's in the Jeep right there. She'll take me right now. Please, my mom's in the Jeep right there.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah.
Mom, please. They're gonna arrest me. Mom, please.
Is that call with 2 phones criminal?
What do you
Yeah.
mean,
I mean, really. The mom's probably like, thank you guys so much. I want to say that everything that you guys do every day, having to deal with this, I don't envy you. You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you. This has been, we all knew this day was coming. This video can't be real. Look at this. Remember what I was telling y'all about the Salem witch trials? See?
Hey, if I have to open that door, you're getting tased.
Mom, please.
Viewer volume reduced for viewer safety. Yeah, see, this is an exorcism. See, I mean, what else do you do besides an exorcism?
No.
What do you do? Really? I mean, this is how...
You're all gonna burn.
I don't have a better idea. I think we gotta bring him back.
Hell is opening up soon. Have fun. And good luck.
She had a mana?
I wish you all the best.
Yeah.
Do you want it? Get me out of here!
Oh, good. What a great idea. Trying to kick out the police car window. What a great idea. What could possibly go wrong?
Satina, you Satan, you demon! No!
My door. If you break it, you're getting tased.
I'm your door?
I'm your door?
Who's your door?
I said, if you hurt my door, if you break it, you're getting tased.
Isn't she lovely?
Oh, dude. Dude. You can just imagine somebody like this being carried, tied to the fucking tree trunk, you know, like before they stand them up or throw them out into the river and like do like the Lord's Prayer. Like I could easily see this, bro. Like this is, I totally understand.
Isn't she wonderful?
Oh, yeah.
No more.
Father, she's trying to cast spells. Get the wreath quick. Get the holy water.
Fighting, all right? Or you're gonna have more charges and you're gonna stay in jail longer.
Why am I going to jail?
Let's go. No more fighting. Let's go. Come on. You'll get out. You'll get out today if you don't fight.
You're gonna get more charges if you don't comply with
The
this.
faster you get there, the faster you'll get out. As soon as you get out, get up. We're gonna put them in the front, but you gotta stand up. We're gonna take those off and put them in the front. All right?
What do they put her in a dog box? What the hell is that? It's for dogs. So she is a dog after all. The paddy wagon. Oh God.
They'll be fine. We're gonna put them in the front, all right? We're taking them off. Hang on. Stand up. You gotta stand up.
She's
You gotta stand up.
Well, then why are you going to kennel?
You gotta stand up. Hang on to that. Okay. Okay, good. Here. Hang on, hang on. No, you gotta put them in the front or we're gonna put them in the back. Where do you want them? Oh, stop. It's not tight. Nope. It's not tight. All right, hang on. All right, hang on. Okay. You got it? It is not tight. If I can get my finger in there, it's cool. Okay.
Okay, here, watch your head.
Time to go in the box. It's time for the box. Oh God, some stories do have a happy ending, don't they?
Come on, get up in here. Right?
Yeah.
Come on.
You're not a
Sit right
dog,
in
by
the
the
corner.
way.
All in order.
All right, let's go
Lost
ahead.
that $5,000.
Hey, you're gonna hit by the door. Or you can just. Oh my God.
All right.
Oh my God. Wow. It's really insane what these people do. It is. Welcome home. I know. The only mistake they make is letting them out. I don't know why they let them out. I think just keep them in there. Yeah, you watch more. If you guys pick the best one on Reddit, I'll watch it tomorrow. I don't want to watch these all day. Okay, guys? I don't want to watch them all day. But, like, we watched that one. That was a really good one. Holy shit. Like, at the beginning, I was just like, you know, like, is this really going to pop off? Like, what's really going on here? And then, like, she just crashed out. Holy. Cops gonna have a cigarette after this? Yeah, exactly. Like, they got, just, honestly, like, they need to just get cattle prods or something like that just to deal with it on a faster way, right? As a former 2-year-old, this is embarrassing. And the thing is, like, her saying daddy, like, is this some kind of like a, you know, like a situation, right? Like, what's going on here? They told her to get mental help, but she misheard and went to get dental help. A moment of silence for all the guys that tried to date her. Yep, big mistake. The yes daddy on the phone really ties it all together. She's either taking drugs that she shouldn't be taking or not taking drugs that she should be taking. How embarrassed to be trespassed by a dentist. Trying to terrify her own parents with their screams is so selfish and disgusting. She's out of her mind, literally the most avoidable arrest I've ever seen. And look at all of them. I mean, they're just, why you don't punch who punches a cop? Who does this? I mean, these people are like wild animals, man. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with them. And yeah, plot twist, daddy's the dentist. I guess so. Yeah, it's just insane where these people come from.
Seems like spring break had everybody feeling like influencers. They went there clout chasing and came back with something viral. Let's get on this.
So I woke up to this.
What is that, cottage cheese?
Can anyone tell me what that is?
No, that is not a cold sore.
It's not good, brother. Not good. Oh my God.
Met a woman on Facebook date. The day later, he woke up like this.
Is it my punani that smells? I feel like people that have STDs should glow in the dark.
Something is...
Should glow in the dark. That is a hot take, and I may just be here for it. Glowing in the dark. That is crazy work. I haven't heard that one yet. That's a good one.
I'm on my way to the ER right now, and literally, I'm so disgusted. So disgusted.
That's not normal, and if she doesn't know how she got it, this is about to get worse.
The doctor said it was like a really bad cold sore, but like
Boy, that's the CEO of cold sores. That's the final boss of cold sores. Her cold sore's on level 9,000.
I'm 8 weeks pregnant, and this has never happened to me. Is it because my immune system's down or what?
Brother, her lip is swole.
Yeah, that explanation is not adding up at all.
That's like a hot sore. That's a piping hot sore. That's like a flaming sore. Volcano sore. That's nasty, man.
Now, the real question is, where did she actually get it from? Because this may not just be a her situation.
Guys, it's Houston spring break. That's the disease. I keep saying, we're about to repeat some kind of disease outbreak.
What is it going to be? The swine flu, the bubonic plague?
Houston spring break right now, that's where it's germinating.
It's the breeding ground. I bet we already have patient zero in a zombie apocalypse.
Okay, it could be measles. It could also be meningitis, because I did check the videos. There are kids from the UK right now grinding on the American kids, where they're all like getting all up in each other's sweat and bodily fluids, okay? This is a super spreader event, because it's this conjunction that's going to come back around with the outbreak.
So now we're going from one random case to a whole environment where this stuff spreads fast.
No, 40,000 people did not contract STDs in just a few days on spring break in Houston. Let's talk about it. There is a lot of fear mongering, I want to go viral, misinformation, clickbaity stuff going around right now, and it is not accurate. First of all, these videos are going around this week in 2026. This rumor actually happened in 2024. According to USA Today from 2 years ago, this 40,000 number is probably actually how many people were diagnosed with STIs in the entire state of Texas versus one city or region.
So some of this is exaggerated, but that doesn't mean nothing's happening.
Yeah, I mean, it actually makes sense that it's exaggerated. That's what the news does, bro. That's what the news does. But it's funny to watch either way. Some stories are better told in the group chat, not on the timeline.
Monday story time. So this young man right here allegedly claims that he...
Brother. Got bumps all over your face. This is something you keep private. This is I take off work for 2 weeks and heal up.
He met a woman on Facebook dating that went on a date. They was vibing, whatever the case may be.
Bro, I don't know about you guys. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever heard about this. But people getting mono. I knew a guy in high school that got mono. Had him down for about a week. Boy, sick as a dog. Just kissing girls. You got to watch what you put in your mouth on.
Either went back to her house or she went back to his house. He went for a kiss. I don't know if it was hours later or a day later. He woke up like this. So now it's not just rumors. People are actually waking up with these consequences.
Is it my punani that smells? So
Anybody else smell tuna and grits? Why does it smell like a fish factory around here? Is there a fish market? Honey, what is that smell?
Wipe, I smell. Here's a story about where did the fishy smell come from. A week and a half ago, I was at work. And if you don't know what I do, I work in the modeling industry, so I'm in and out of dressing rooms. So my dressing room smelled like fish the whole day. 10 hours.
That's because it's women in there. You know what I mean? It's a fish buffet.
The whole day it smelled like fish. I was so confused. I asked the stylist, can you please change the towel on the floor because I think it stinks? Can you please get me a new robe because I think it stinks? I'm asking her, does it stink or is it just me? And she's like, no, it definitely smells in there.
Lately,
and it might be you.
the smell of tuna has been following me everywhere.
lack of self-awareness, bro. The smell of tuna is following you everywhere, brother. It's like in the cartoons, you know, you see the green smoke stinking from something.
And I don't know where it's coming from.
It's coming from your undercarriage, honey.
I'm like, it smells fishy, right? She's like, yeah, it's like pretty fishy. Like, it smelled like bad punani. Like, have you ever smelled someone who had like bad punani? Because I have, and it's not good. Like, it doesn't.
Why? Wow. Okay, you're coming from first nose experience, not first hand, first nose.
Doesn't smell good. Sorry to like label it as like a woman smell, but it was a very woman smell. Like, it smelled like bodily fluid, like my dog sharts, and it smells like that, right?
I sit down. Someone asks, does it smell like tuna to you? Like, does it smell like tuna? And I'm like, yeah, I've been smelling it for the past week.
Smell, and I get home and I sit on the toilet and I'm like, what the fuck? Is it me?
Yes.
Is it my punani that smells? So I wipe, I smell. I'm like, okay, it's not my punani, but
Well, I'm pretty sure I have a ghosty fishy following me, and I think it's the one that I caught in the lake the other week.
I'm like, okay, great, whatever. It's not me.
You're a liar!
Put my same shoes back on, change of clothes, go back down to my friend's house, and I'm hanging out with her for a little bit. I'm like, do you smell that? Like, do you smell something? And she's like, no. So I'm asking her, I'm like, you need to smell everything. I need you to smell my pits, I need you to smell under my boobs, I need you to smell my pussy, and I need you to smell my butt crack.
Under boob carriage stinking?
So she gets to sniffing and she's like, girl, it's not you. So I'm like, okay, I guess I just have to let it go. I sit down on a chair and I'm leaning over and I can smell it. And I'm like, what in the fuck is that smell?
Your upper lip.
I grab the bottom of my feet and I'm like, oh my God, it's my feet.
Bro, funny story. Very funny story that I haven't told you guys, but if you go download free cash right now, you'll actually get $10 to play mobile games. Some of you guys have actually asked, what kind of mobile games? I've heard you could play Monopoly Go, I've heard you could play Candy Crush, and if you sign up right now, it's $10 on me. Don't ever say I've never done anything for you guys, man. You click that QR code, you scan that QR code, you click the link in the description, you will be able to sign up, play free Crash Bandicoot, free cash, and get $10. Let's go to Trustpilot just to read some recent reviews. I always like to read these for you guys. So I was seriously skeptical about this, but there's some bad reviews, but I tried it anyway. I'm totally shocked they actually did pay me $133 in my PayPal. Just completed a few sign-up offers. Update from previous, now deleted post. My account was suspended for withdrawals for about a week, but after emailing with support, I got an email today to verify my identity. Looks like after verifying, the initial problems were frustrating, but overall, Free Cash is a great website with better offers than any other pay-for-play platform. I made over $500 within a month playing their game, so it really does work. Wow, they were going hard. Account has been locked, unusual activity for 2 weeks. I think it just takes a while. Honestly, thought Free Cash was a scam, but after trying, it's really not. The app is legit, and you can actually earn money by completing offers playing games. And a lot of you guys were like, well, how do they make their money? Basically, the way they make their money is by getting people traffic to the site, to the app itself. Advertisers pay for those slots. So you got to think, if you can bring in traffic, advertisers will basically pay to be in front of that traffic. It's kind of like YouTube with AdSense. But yeah, scan the QR code. But no, actually, funny story. I used to buck this chick in college who had ridiculously stinky feet. I think her nickname when she was a kid was like Stinky Foot. Dude, I'm telling you, it was a white girl too. Some of the stinkiest feet I had ever smelled on a human. Sour milk, tuna. It was so gross. So I was always like, hey, wash your feet before you come over, because this is the last thing I want to smell is your stinky ass feet.
They said I got chlamydia.
Who said that?
The doctor.
Get the fuck up out of here.
Yeah, so
who you been fucking?
Right. I'm about to ask you the same thing.
What you asked me for? I only been with you.
No, you couldn't have.
I could have. That's the only person I've been with. Well, what type of symptoms they talking about you got?
I got discharge, a funny smell to it.
I was gonna tell you about the smell the other day, but I just...
I ought to slap you.
So it's...
I think that one's got to be satire. There's no way that one's real. There's no way that one's real.
Chlamydia, and I know it.
Yes, you can have symptoms and not know it. Go to the doctor ASAP.
Got to get over to that doctor, brother. Get to that doctor. Last thing you want is to have it, and you can't. Some of these you can't get rid of, man. I've been seeing some of those reports. People getting HIV. People getting. Oh, sorry, chat. Let me see. I'll go back here. Look at that. You guys are seeing me be an unprofessional streamer or unprofessional content creator here. Sorry, I had to, this is just a YouTube video I have privated. Such a dadgum boomer chat. I'm sorry. I appreciate your patience on that regard. Loki, you will get a treat, I promise, okay?
Are sick and worried. And this man is sitting in this car. Really?
What's he doing?
Really? Really? Seriously? Seriously? Why are you sleeping in the car?
Huh.
Why are you sleeping in the car?
I need some rest.
So why wouldn't you come inside?
Because I can't rest in here.
Is your life that terrible that you need to be in the car? Is your life like that difficult? Why don't you come inside? For an hour you've been out here? You've been out here for an hour?
It looks like it. I just need to rest.
I mean, I kind of understand why he would want to be away from her. She seems like a headache.
Do you want me to bring you something?
Peace and quiet.
Yeah, peace and quiet. Can you bring some peace?
Come inside, baby.
No.
Come on.
No. Just close the door, please. Close the door.
Well, I'm gonna come and sit next to you.
No.
God, leave me alone.
Did you just lock?
I'm telling you guys, ladies, you want to make your man happy. There's a few things that he really wants. You know, number one, he wants a full stomach. Cook this man a hot plate. If you do that every day, you are so close to winning his heart, because my grandmother always told me the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. You cook him a good meal, you're already one step in the right direction. The second thing is drain this man's nuts. I'm not saying you got to do it every day, 3 times a week minimum. They need to be drained. They get clogged up. It's like if you wash hair down a drain and you got to use the Drano and the snake thing. Same thing with us. It's bad. You got to drain that. And then the third thing is a little bit of just peace and quiet. Those are the 3 things that men want. We have a lot of men that watch. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Those are the 3 things that men want. That's it. That's it. We're simple creatures. Full stomach, empty nuts, peace and quiet. That's all we want. That's all we want.
Brother came to me earlier this week like, hey, can you do me a favor? I'm like, sure, what's up? Like, he asked me, can I pick up his medicine? I'm like, okay, for what? He's like, I don't got my ID. I lost my ID. Can you pick up the medicine? I pick up the medicine. The medicine is for STI. So I'm like, this is my little brother. Like, where did you get this from? Who did you get this from? I don't think you should be talking to her no more. So he showed me the picture of the girl that he's been getting in between the thighs with. And I'm like, oh.
Pay attention. Oh.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
Oh, the neighborhood bike, Becky. Well, little bro, you got to watch out for that. You got to watch out for that.
But the girl looked a little too familiar for me. She looks a little bit too familiar. So in my head, I'm like, where do I know her from? So I'm like, ding, ding, ding. This is my guy best friend's girlfriend. So I'm like, you sure this is the girl that you been with? Like, you sure? You sure? I asked him. I had to ask him 12 times. Like, you sure? You sure? You sure? He like, yeah. I'm like, oh. Okay. So I just text my best friend. I'm like, what's your girlfriend look like again? He showed me a picture. I'm matching the picture. It's the same picture. They're using the same picture to identify the girl. So I'm really trying to figure out if I should tell my best friend that his girlfriend, 1, is stepping out on him. 2, that she has.
Number 1, why do you have a male best friend? Massive red flag. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Women with male best friends, very odd.
As a STI, and that she gave it to my brother, and she could potentially have given it to him. But is that my business? Should I? Because this is my best.
Or should I just be honest with people? I mean, I think you should.
Friend, and this is my brother. I already feel bad enough. Like, you done laid with my brother, and you laid with my best friend. You cheating on my best friend. I just need some advice. So can you comment down below?
You just need some advice. You just aired it out on social media, bro. It's there now. It's out. It's out. They're probably gonna know now, bro.
At once.
You got every known disease to man. You got hepatitis A, hepatitis B, you have syphilis, you have gonorrhea, you have HIV, you have chlamydia, you have AIDS, you have herpes.
What the fuck?
That's the most common ones known to man.
Do I got COVID?
No.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Lord.
Do I have COVID? Oh, thank God. I thought I had COVID. Your nurse roommate tested your boyfriend for STDs and didn't tell you.
2 roommates. One is a nurse. The other roommate boyfriend was tested, right? And came back with STDs. The roommate got mad at her nurse roommate because she didn't tell her. She said, no, I can't do that because I'm gonna jeopardize my job and I can go to jail for this. That's breaking the law, right? He's like, nah, bitch, you ain't loyal, blah, blah, blah. Look at this.
I need to talk to you.
I'm gonna be right back.
Why you didn't tell me Jamal had chlamydia? And I saw that you was a doctor who tested him.
Now it's not just relationships, it's loyalty and consequences.
Did you have this conversation?
I didn't have a conversation. I have the paperwork right here. Yeah, take a look at it.
Now, as a friend, we all know nursing is not easy. But you want your friend for 20 years give up her job because your nigga is a hoe that you knew before.
Technically, he was supposed to tell you that.
No, you were supposed to tell me as my roommate and friend.
And I know that I'm your roommate and I'm your friend, but you know I could lose my license with HIPAA laws.
It doesn't matter about your license. You're about to lose your friendship of 20 years.
It actually does matter. It's a HIPAA law. She's not allowed to tell. That is confidential. That's legally binding. And the friend should understand that.
And what I'm trying to tell you is, like, I can lose my license if I sit here and told you that he came to me to get tested.
She literally telling you, I can lose my license.
Exactly.
Why are you not trying to lose the STD then? You say so? That bitch is not your friend.
And this is something that you should have told me.
My job is on the
this
line.
is my health is on the line.
His responsibility.
This is your responsibility as a friend.
No, not her. This is negating accountability. This is your responsibility as his boyfriend or his girlfriend.
Okay, but friends over my job and my career.
You know, I would have never said nothing. You should have just told me.
Okay, and I understand that. I understand why you're upset.
I understand that statement. Friendship, this is my health. I understand that. But why your man ain't telling you this?
It's him or me.
He's cheating on you and he's messing around and he's getting STDs.
Your responsibility to tell me. You're my friend. But it's your responsibility.
That's not my business.
You don't have no loyalty, and that's the problem.
I have loyalty to you, but I also have loyalty to my job and to the laws. It's a federal crime. I can get in trouble for telling you that he got tested and that he has chlamydia. That's not on me. That's on him. And for you to have a
you know what?
I don't give a fuck.
You can explain the concept to people, but you can't make stupid people understand it. It's like I can teach you something, I can explain it to you, but if you're too stupid to understand it, then there's nothing I can do, bro. And that's what she tried. She tried to explain it to her. She tried to explain it to her, but she didn't want to listen.
I feel like people that have STDs should glow in the dark. No funny shit. I feel like an injection needs to be created where when you go to the sex clinic, if you test positive for anything, they automatically inject you. That way you could glow in the dark for the duration of the treatment process, and it will let everybody else know that doesn't have an STD that you have something and to stay the fuck away from you. Like, real shit. I really feel like that would be a safe option for us clean folks, because you have a lot of people out there that's walking around with shit and they either A, don't give a fuck, or B, don't know because they don't go to the doctor. So I feel like the moment you do go to the doctor and test positive for something, they should inject your ass.
Do you have a crab on your chest? It's just so hard to take some of these people serious when I see stuff like this. I'm like, brother, what is that? You have a crab on your chest, bro. A crab on your chest. Who gets that? Who gets crabs on their... I mean, some people get crabs downstairs, but I guess you could get a crab on your chest. What is that, bro?
Ready to make you a great
So he kissed me and gave me cold sores, but I guess God will use it for his glory?
woman. You'll know he's gonna make you great by how you suffer.
What? Kissed you and gave you cold sores. I guess you're happy now, huh?
She's a runner, she's a track star.
Congrats, honey.
Because you can't get this all out of a book.
Don't be
Good Lord.
I have an opinion. Y'all so quick to run and defend these hoes. You talking about the hoes that's fucking in cars down there? I'm sorry, I don't think I missed anything. The fuck? I'm too grown. I wish a man would try to F me in a car. I'ma laugh at you.
You sure you haven't done that before? You sure you haven't done that before? I don't know. Let's get into the Twitter. What do we have here? Kate Hudson. Oh, God, what does she got to say? Says it's a lie that women's libido reduces as they grow older, but in reality, it only intensifies. Unlike men, women's drive only increases as they get older. Okay.
Yeah. I always say it's about women, especially as women get older. There's sort of this concept around women that they should become less sexual as they get older. But the reality is that women, as we get older, our libidos get more intensified to a certain age than men's. So it's sort of like this made up thing, right? That women, as we get older, are supposed to be
like died out, like we're not even having sex, we're not sexual.
Yeah, when it's literally the opposite.
Yeah.
So somewhere down the line, men didn't really want women to be very sexy as they got older.
Right.
I think. So they kind of made it so like, oh no, like if you're no longer, mating for us,
right,
then you should just go over here.
So true.
When in reality, their drives do not universally increase with age, but many experience a peak in desire or satisfaction in the 30s and 40s, while hormonal declines during menopause can lower. Let me menopause you there. Can lower libido. Many women experience a second prime due to increased confidence, experience, and the freedom of no longer worrying about pregnancy. Just getting cheesed in. It's a cheese factory. This one says your looks match hates your guts.
So when she sees you and
she looks like she tends to birds.
Considers dating you, she thinks, I'm not gonna settle for this average man. I need me the dream boat.
Why does it look like she got really bad lip filler? Maybe it's because it's true.
The pay pig who's gonna pay my bills and buy me the car and buy me the purses and stuff. Why? Because that affirms her idea that she is hot. Being with an average man affirms the reality that she is not. Okay? Simple as that. You are never going to find an average woman that wants to settle for an average man until she absolutely has to. That's why you see people getting married at like 32, 34, around that range, because that's when they start realizing, all right, there's no fucking Chads left. They're gone. They're married.
Well, I think the big thing on that is women can buck who they want and men buck who they can. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not a thing. We don't have as much selection. And the thing is a lot of women can go out and buck these men, but they're not actually eligible to date these men. So like the whole thing, the whole scenario of like you get to choose who you get on your knees for, but you don't choose the man that gets on his knee for you. Should have bought a Honda, put it on a t-shirt. That's kind of the whole thing. So yeah, that's the big play right there. These women and the feelings that they have towards these men is that, oh, because he's giving me this attention physically, I can date him emotionally, which is just not the case. It's not the case. You don't qualify. You don't qualify. Most of the time, women are going for men that are above them just due to hypergamy. So therefore, you're below him. So if he can get a girl that's like a little bit better than you, she's still below him. So what do we got here?
I need my woman in here to stand up. I need my woman in here to stand up, and I need my woman to understand their rights. Okay.
Is she drunk?
I have a right to healthcare.
Yeah, you do.
I have a right to make my body if I want to make my body. You hear me?
To make your body?
Is she about to cry? Is she preaching?
Yep, I got a body. If somebody want this body, they can get this body. If I want to have a baby, I have the baby. If I don't want the baby, I don't want the baby.
That's where I have a problem.
Do you understand me? My body is my choice.
What about the baby's body? Does the baby have a choice?
My choice.
Yeah, it is your choice. But your choice. Your choice.
Well, why do women applaud this? It's because it's an unaliving. It's what it is. It's the stunting of a. I'm trying to be careful here. It's the ending of a potential life.
Choice over your own body does not include the choice to poison, vacuum, or dismember a baby's body ever.
May I remind you that it's a zygote, ma'am?
Yes, and it's a
May
human
I remind
being.
you that?
A zygote? What I love is they always try to minimize it and say it's a clump of cells, it's a zygote.
Okay, may I also...
You can try to dehumanize.
May I
preborn
remind
children.
you that it's not a baby until it's born? I breathe life into my child, ma'am. I am one of the nature. I am one of the God.
What is wrong?
I'm one of the sun. My baby is not born until that baby comes out of me. You hear me?
You hear me? She drunker than Cooter Brown, dude. Well, if that's the case, then why is it that women take like prenatals? Why is it that you need to drink water, exercise, you need to eat good food? You sure can't drink and you sure can't smoke when you're pregnant. I mean, you can, and then the kid comes out with fetal alcohol syndrome like Krishan Rock's baby.
I was born preborn. I was born preborn by months.
You were what?
I was born premature.
You were born premature, and I'm so glad you survived.
And if I died, would I be alive? No.
Shots fired! Sorry. Stupid. If I died, would I be alive? What a grand observation there.
It would be very sad.
But you can't tell me that me dying would be my mama killing me because I was premature.
No, I'm not saying.
So just because I was born 2 months premature, does that mean that I'm...
You saying it louder doesn't make it mean more. Notice just the screaming.
I'm not a baby, right? I'm not here, right?
No, that's the whole point of the pro-life position is that you were a baby from the moment of conception.
No,
You're
exactly,
arguing that it's not a baby. You're arguing that it's not a baby. I'm saying that it is a baby.
Exactly.
I think you're a little bit confused about what I'm supporting here, and maybe you're not actually pro-choice.
What I think is she's drunk. I think she's drunk. Bro, I saw this clip and was like, this is one thing you can always say that will offend a woman.
I guess you have a rumor going around that you're 36.
Gray hair is coming 36.
Yeah, that's what people are saying.
She sounds 36.
How old do you think I am? 30, 31, 32?
I was going to say 33, 34.
Oh my God, stop.
She's 27. Bro, I'm telling you, you always call a woman older than she actually is, bro. She'll be so mad. She'll be so mad at that. All right, the fragrance of the day. Let me just pull up the dupe here. Is a clone of... Is a dupe of...
And this first one is a fingerprint magnet, an artemisinin, and...
Bro, this guy going too hard. I just want to see what it's a dupe of. I think it's the JPG elixir. Yeah. JPG elixir. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So today, the fragrance of the day is Hawass elixir. Love it. Oh, look at that. You can see the camera and the cords. Look at that. You can see the OBS in there. And you think because it's gold that it's expensive. It's not. I think these bottles are like 40, 50 bucks. But this is a dupe of this fragrance right here, Jean Paul Gaultier, which is like $100 bottle, which is really not that bad when you think about a nice fragrance. It's really not that bad. But a Hawass elixir, very good. Very, very good. I'm trying to think what the notes are. Let me just look it up. Hawass elixir notes. Mint, lavender, cinnamon, dark chocolate. It's like mint, bergamot, which I love bergamot, cinnamon, lavender, dark chocolate, vanilla, tonka bean, honey, tobacco, white musk. This is also a very good, like very masculine fragrance. So I would highly suggest checking it out. All right, let's pull up some of the comments from yesterday's video and see what you guys have. This is from the Muslims tested Texas with a Sharia law. It backfired badly. Sharia law should not be in the United States. We all live in a constitutional republic, not Sharia law. Agree. If you're not in assimilation, it is an invasion. I agree with that. Their goal is to expand Islam, not become a citizen of the country they move to. I agree. We're going to end up having to fight them on our own land because I'm not converting. Who knows? Is banned in Florida. Thank goodness. Oh, that's awesome. Don't think for a minute they will stop trying. The only thing that Sharia understands is putting them to the sword because they're invading us and need to be dealt with. Your freedom ends when it infringes on the freedom of others. The answer to your very first question, Levi, is they're trying to take over because it's in their belief to conquer all countries. 10 Bucks says there's a tunnel network under the Epic Mosque. It's definitely giving cult energy. Yeah. Who gave them the permit to build it? That's what should be looked into. It's their freedom to say. It's women's freedom to refuse. Contact representatives to follow suit with Florida. We are called foreign and domestic. Iraq vet here. Appreciate all the veterans that watch. Anything Middle East is not good for any American. Promoting unhealthy standards should be a felony, like pushing someone to... Wow, okay. It's crazy. It's wild what's happening right now. It's sad. I feel like we're losing a sense of the Texas culture that we do have. You know, so to me it's sad. I hate seeing it. I really do. Loki, do you want a treat? Because dude, I'm born and raised in Texas. I got a lot of pride in my state. So, you know, I just hate seeing it. Loki, free. Sit. Shake. Good boy. Wait. Free. Tampa or LA. I don't want to move to Miami. I want a place that's nice and quiet. I have a little bit of land. That's what I really want. What I really want, some land, peace and quiet, a nice office, you know, and I want to be able to, you know, really just vibe out. Be able to go to the shooting range, let Loki run around, let baby Nix have a nice pool outside or something. I want to live a quieter lifestyle. I don't really like the city. Because I can order anything I want online. That's the nice thing about it, is you don't really need to be in the city. Now, it feels like when I was a younger guy, though, I was all about the city life. I was all about it, dude. All about the city life.
But it's time for lefties.
And I was loved living in the city, loved living in Austin, loved living in Dallas. But as I'm getting older, bro, I'm just like, man, this is, I need to slow down. Slow down. Ain't that right, Lokes? But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It's always good to have you guys out, man. Until next time, peace.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to try to answer a simple question. Can an animal use photosynthesis in order to use the sun for its energy purposes? In other words, can an animal borrow some of the elements from a typical plant or from algae in order to survive? And the answer to this is sort of yes. But more specifically, we're going to be focusing on this recent experiment using frogs. The experiment with the video that you see right here, where the scientists injected algae into the brains of a developing frog and were able to revive the brain itself, which by itself is sort of amazing. But before we talk about this experiment, let's first talk about these tiny green organelles you see right here, known as chloroplasts. The tiny green organelles present in the cells of different plants and different algae that allow them to essentially use photosynthesis in order to do a lot of different things. First of all, obviously here the chlorophyll captures the energy from sunlight and then converts it into various energy storing molecules such as ATP, which then also releases oxygen from CO2, allowing various cells to use it for breathing. But at the same time, chlorophyll is also responsible for turning CO2 into more complex organic molecules. This is usually referred to as the Calvin cycle. But there are a lot of other functions it has in a typical plant as well. It synthesizes amino acids, various types of fatty acids, and it's even responsible for the immune system of a typical plant. But today, a lot of evolutionary biologists believe that just like the other organelle that we all have, mitochondrion, chlorophyll was probably its own bacterium long time ago and eventually got absorbed by various organisms, creating a kind of a symbiotic relationship with various algae and various plant cells that now live around the planet. It has its own DNA, it has its own way of dividing, and so by itself is an extremely intriguing organelle. So intriguing, as a matter of fact, that it would actually be extremely useful for a typical animal. For example, couldn't an animal somehow find a way to use chlorophyll for its own benefit, for its own use? I mean, technically, if we were to somehow absorb the chlorophyll and use it for our own purposes, we would never have to eat ever again. We could hypothetically receive all of the energy from just water and the sun, sort of like a typical plant. And so one of the more fascinating questions here would be, so okay, why is it that no animal seems to have any chlorophyll in it? Well, the answer to that is actually they do. Many animals have adapted to sort of steal chlorophyll from various algae and maybe even certain plants, and to then use it for their own purposes. One of the most famous animals doing so is this right here, a slug. Although not this particular slug. There's actually a species known as green sea slug, with the most famous one known as the Sacoglossa slugs, that have adapted to absorb chlorophyll for their own purposes. And because of this, they even have a nickname, solar-powered sea slugs, with some of the members of the species basically looking like this. They do resemble a sort of a leaf-like formation, although their actual morphology is quite varied. There are quite a lot of different shapes and sizes. And just like a lot of slugs you usually find in the forest, initially a lot of Sacaglossa slugs basically eat plants. They eat a lot of different types of kelp, they eat a lot of different types of algae, and as they do so, they tend to absorb some of the chloroplasts into their own cells. And although some of them do so for only a short period of time, maybe a week or two, at least one species is known to actually rely entirely on chloroplasts to survive after they've actually eaten enough. And these particular sea slugs, known as Elysia chlorotica, seem to be extremely similar to what you would actually find on a tree. They look extremely leaf-like. And this particular organism is extremely interesting because after a single major meal in their youth, they basically can go the rest of their life without ever eating again. And the scientists studying these slugs have always been fascinated by this organism. Mostly because once you catch a developed organism, you literally never have to feed it ever again. It does all of its activities, including mating, without ever needing to eat anything. But interestingly, slugs are not the only animals to have learned to do so. Scientists have discovered a lot of other simpler animals, including some of the flatworms that have been found in various oceans, that have also learned to essentially use chlorophyll for their own good. Today this phenomenon is referred to as kleptoplasty, with the word klepto representing Greek for thief, because basically these animals learn how to steal something from plants and to then use it for their own benefit. But how exactly they're able to do so, and more importantly, how the chloroplasts are able to survive inside the animal cells, is still not really well understood. And at least theoretically, it should not really be possible. For example, we know that a typical chloroplast has very specific needs. The needs provided by a plant cell, something that was evolved for millions and millions of years. But while they're quite useful in producing oxygen and in producing complex organic molecules, they also produce a lot of toxic stuff as well that plant cells have learned to eliminate. But for animal cells, this could be potentially extremely dangerous. And that's of course just one of the mysteries of how these animals are able to use chloroplasts without basically getting poisoned by them. At the same time, nobody really knows how the chloroplasts survive inside these cells without, for example, being broken apart by the immune system or by something entirely different that's unique to animal cells. And so it's not entirely clear how these guys are able to do it. But there is one potential explanation to how all of this works. It's quite possible that a lot of these animals have actually learned to use chlorophyll as a kind of a storage unit. Basically, they use it to store various calories. And by using chlorophyll as a storage of energy, it both provides energy for chlorophyll to survive and also can be then used by the animal when it suddenly needs more extra energy. So at the same time, all of these extra calories allow the chlorophyll to function by itself and to then produce more oxygen and also various complex organic molecules and various types of sugars that could then be used by the animal for a lot of other functions. And so it's quite possible that a lot of these slugs have just adapted to use the chlorophyll as a kind of a unit of storage. And so the photosynthesis is just an extra benefit. The original purpose could have actually been kind of similar to our fat. It stores extra energy. And there's definitely a definitive correlation that was discovered in some of the papers between the total size and the amount of chlorophyll inside a typical sea slug and their overall effectiveness at then reproducing and producing offspring. With more chlorophyll, they were able to create more and bigger offspring. But it was not mandatory and they were still able to reproduce even without the presence of chlorophyll. And so because of these examples of kleptoplasty in nature, a lot of scientists have been also wondering if there's any way for us to use this for other purposes, maybe medicinal purposes, or maybe as a sort of a therapy. And so one of the recent experiments that was using an embryo from a frog decided to investigate this in more detail. Now the interesting thing about frogs is that they already have so many different techniques when it comes to absorbing oxygen. They don't just absorb oxygen through their lungs, they also do so through their gills and through their skin. So this animal has definitely developed a lot of techniques when it comes to trying to survive in low oxygen conditions. But the scientists wanted to take this a little bit further. They wanted to see if you could also maybe somehow use the oxygen from a typical chlorophyll to have the frogs breathe that way. So basically, could you maybe enforce a frog to have the so-called kleptoplasty? In this case, they were using frog embryos, or basically tadpoles, and were specifically using tadpoles that were starved of oxygen and were, well, basically not really alive anymore. At least clinically speaking, these tadpoles were kind of dead. Or at least brain dead. Now, watch what happens when the scientists inject these tadpoles with a species of a green algae right into their heart. And what's really interesting to see here is that the green algae starts to spread across the entire tadpole pretty fast. It's essentially going through the entire bloodstream, and it's also entering the tiny brain of the tadpole as well. So here, if we look at the before picture and the after picture, it becomes quite apparent that algae was distributed across pretty much most of the body of this tadpole. And to the scientists' surprise, this actually revived the brain cells of this particular tadpole. The brain cells started to operate as they normally would. And remember, these cells were originally oxygen starved. And so what the algae is doing here is introducing oxygen into those brain cells, providing the oxygen they needed in order to function properly. And apparently this provided more than enough oxygen for all of the cells to come back to life. Although naturally this only happened when the light was on. Without the light, the photosynthesis would stop, and unfortunately the cells would no longer receive any oxygen. And so in some sense, one of the reasons this worked is because these tadpoles are basically transparent. They allow the light through. So obviously this would not be possible in all of the animals. But nevertheless, this is a really exciting technique. One of the more surprising discoveries here is how quickly all of this happened. Within only 15 minutes, the cells returned back to their normal activity, with the scientists even claiming that the cells were performing much better than originally, suggesting that the oxygenation in this case made them even slightly stronger. But I guess the question is this in any way useful? Well, the scientists behind this paper suggest that this could be maybe used in certain therapies where we need to oxygenate an organ very quickly. For example, if there is a sudden shortage of oxygen in the brain, or if there is a sudden shortage of oxygen in a vital part of the body where the oxygen has to be delivered quickly. So there is a possibility for using this therapy sometime in the future, but at the moment there are still a lot of difficulties. The biggest difficulty is, of course, our immune system. It's most likely going to completely destroy all of the cells, and with algae possibly even causing some sort of allergic or toxic reaction that could end up being more dangerous than the original condition. And so even though there is a possibility to use this in therapy, at least for now the success is uniquely for species like these tadpoles, transparent and without complex bodies. But all of this research is still in its infancy, so I'm sure a lot more discoveries are going to be made in the future in regards to this kleptoplasty, the use of chlorophyll in various animal species. Definitely a really fascinating concept. Anyway, on that note, check out the relevant links in the description below. Thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe come back tomorrow to learn something else. Maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining a channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about fish. But as you can probably tell from the title, not just any fish, an extremely intelligent fish that seems to be able to communicate and seems to possess brain, or more specifically cerebellum, which you can see in blue here, that's extremely enlarged compared to a lot of other animals and a lot of other vertebrates, including humans. Which of course implies that this fish, by body mass, has more brain than human beings. But it's not this fish right here, it's not clownfish. And it's not a fish that a lot of us are familiar with, unless of course fish and aquariums are your hobby. Something that I personally myself do not know much about. However, discovering the existence of this fish known as Mormirida, also known as freshwater elephantfish, with the elephantfish of course coming from the fact that all of these fish have these long protrusions from their mouth, was a pretty big surprise, especially because I did not realize they were that intelligent or had such big brains. But more importantly, we're actually talking about one specific feature that a lot of these Mormiridas seem to possess. This feature being very complex communication. Communication that was recently identified and analyzed even more in one of the recent studies you can find in the description, that essentially suggests that these fish communicate extremely similar to humans and a lot of other really complex animals. They communicate using pauses, and they seem to produce speech and patterns of speech not so different from what you would find in some other really complex animals such as dolphins, such as certain types of birds, and of course us. And these pauses suggest that there's a lot of really complex, I guess, sentences or complex pieces of information that are...
Saikuno puts out a statement. He has finally broken the silence and decided to speak on the situation. I would like to apologize to everyone I have disappointed. Most of all to my girlfriend. I am so sorry I put you through so much. I never want to make these mistakes again and hurt you and the people I care about. I was unfaithful, and I own and fully admit to that. I lied to people and told them I was single, which I know is not right. I'm sorry to all the people I've hurt by doing this. The following is not an attempt to minimize what I have done. However, I've seen false allegations about me that are not true. I cannot allow false allegations and such extreme labels to be placed on me. I do understand that the people making these claims did it from a place of hurt, so please do not send any more hate to anyone. I just want the situation to get better, and I wish them the best. My girlfriend and I didn't respond quickly because we were already working out... Oh, excuse me. We were already working on our relationship and communication before any of this happened. This has been, I guess I've been working on it for like 5 years, right? And having so much private information exposed to the public has made it incredibly difficult for us to heal together. I will be taking a break from streaming and the internet to better myself and give us the time that we need to try to improve our relationship. Thank you for reading. Now I will continue to learn and grow from this experience. And this is the crazy part about it, okay? Because I already read this. My girlfriend wanted to share her experience. Below is a message written by her. This right here, bro, like this guy, man. And so anyway, yeah, hi there. I want to start by saying thank you to all who've been checking on me and wishing me well during this difficult time. It's been extremely heartbreaking to learn everything that I know now, and going through this has been one of the hardest things I've ever been put through in my life. I've been tossed around from all sides. Me and my reality have been continuously shattered. Though no matter how much I'm broken, I never wanted this to be public. It deeply hurts me that I wasn't given a choice in that, or even just warned that this would be happening at all. I didn't want this. So what she's saying is that the entire expose for her boyfriend, the fact that she was getting cheated on, and all of this going public, she didn't even know it was going to happen. Oh my God. Wow. Why should we believe that's really his girlfriend's message and not another lie? I mean, honestly, I don't have an answer for you for that. I mean, because the guy is a liar, and how can you trust a liar? But I wouldn't expect that, right? I mean, maybe, but who knows? She's definitely going to take him back. Well, she never left him. And even after the fact, I wish... wish they would have at least checked on me or asked how I felt about everything, but I haven't heard anything from those people involved since all of this came out. So basically, they used this girl's, the fact that she was getting cheated on, they used it as like a vector to attack Saikuno. They don't even give a everybody say, oh, she's such a victim, she's such a victim. The people that made all this public didn't even care about her. They didn't even give a fuck about her, which I think is like the most unsurprising thing ever, let's be real, but it's still funny. And I understand those involved would with them would have been hurt as well, but I don't believe my feelings were considered in this situation at all. Having my worst fears become my reality, then put on full display and used for profit for everyone to see is absolutely mortifying. Well, I guess you can call me the mortician. How about that? It's truly, fuck. It truly feels like a nightmare. It was already hard enough trying to work through things in private. This has just added another layer of difficulty and stress on top of everything. It's made it so much harder for me to cope. Prior to all of this becoming public, we were already making changes to improve our relationship, and while I could have chosen to leave, I ultimately made the decision to stay with the hopes of repairing our relationship together. Man. Wow. Even though all the things I've learned are incredibly disappointing and shocking, I don't think they are irredeemable. It's been hard handling things unfolding this way, but I believe this is a step in the right direction. With time, I hope everyone can focus on healing and becoming better versions of themselves. Dude, he actually... Is he actually that guy? Dude, is he actually this sly, dirty dog? Bro, you hook up and you run game on every fucking girl in the entire community. Your girlfriend comes out and fucking demonizes the people who made it public and says she's gonna stay with you? Matt, dude, he is the guy. God damn, man. 10-inch damn at least. Look at this, man. No way. She just seems broken. I don't know what's going on, okay? I have no idea what's happening in their interpersonal relationship. I have no clue whatsoever. Yeah, and saying sorry on the internet's worst thing he's done so far? I guess so. Bro is actually being a Giga Chad. Yeah, he's not. This bitch is just dumb as fuck. Well, here's the reality, okay? Is that this girl has probably been with him for 5 years, and he's not going to break up with her. And also, he probably finances and subsidizes her lifestyle. He's rich, and she'll always be rich. She'll never have to worry about money in her life. And so every girl that says like, girl, just leave him. Just leave. You deserve so much better. A period. True. Yes. All of them that say that never have to live with the fact that this girl might not have a job, she might not have a career, she might not be a streamer, she might not be anything. So it's so easy to say that. It's so easy to write a check that you don't have to cash. It's so easy to tell somebody to do something that you never have to experience the consequences for. So that's the difference. That's the difference. And it's a big difference. Very, very, very big difference. And so... And, bro mogged us all. Dude, the thing is, bro, he mogged the entire community. They tried to make an hour-long video to mog him. The maker of the expose video got mogged instead. Mogged his girlfriend while he was cheating on her. And then also mogged his own accusers through his girlfriend. Unbelievable. Like, I mean, this is like, you know what this is like? It's like a Rube Goldberg machine. You guys ever seen one of these? So, a Rube Goldberg machine is when a bunch of things that shouldn't happen all happen together to create a chain reaction of something that's completely, unimaginable. Right? It's like basically whenever you're playing Dungeons and Dragons and you say, well, I want to eat the dragon. And the Dungeon Master says, okay, sure. Well, you know, like now you, okay, well, you have to roll a nat 20. So you roll a nat 20. And he says, okay, well, and he's like getting mad. He says, okay, well, after that, now you have to roll another nat 20 to not get indigestion. Or sorry, for the dragon to not like breathe fire while he's inside you. You roll another nat 20. And then the third one is like, okay, well, now you're getting indigestion. You're going to die unless you roll a third nat 20. And you roll a third nat 20. This is actually Saikuno's life. And then finally, he's like, okay, fine. I'm just going to give it to you. You're a dragon now. Okay, that's all right. You win. You win. You're the guy. And so that's what's happened. Close enough. Yeah, I'm being serious, right? Saikuno did not fish with a rod and a line. He was fishing with a 50-foot net. Bro, Saikuno was fishing with like a 50 caliber machine gun. Well, he was just getting them, man. And the difference is he's the dragon. Yeah, dragon needs nuts. Dude, what happens to y'all's relationships is entirely between y'all. You fucked up. You know what? Cheating's never the right thing to do. It isn't. It's, dude, how bro felt writing that. Absolutely. And the thing is that he won. I actually think, I think that with this apology and everything, I actually think he won. He mogged them big time. Because not only did he retain his relationship with his girlfriend, who he will inevitably, we all know this, he's gonna cheat on her again. How do I know this? Come on. Come on, what are we doing? So basically, you still maintain that. You're still going to be able to cheat on your girlfriend. Now, it might go on cooldown for like, you know, like you might have an XP reset, you could say. You know, and like, you know, it might go on cooldown for like 6 months or so. But then this is what he's going to do. So I know the way that, I know the way that people like this act. He's going to start talking to girls now to make them feel sorry for him. That's what he's going to do. And then he's going to use the fact that he was unfairly treated in this situation in order, that's how he's going to get into the next into the next crop of them, right? That's how he's going to do it, right? He's got an NDA maybe, right? And so and that's not if, that's when, right? That being said, too, the fact that he was able to demonize not only the person that made the videos, but the accusers themselves, I mean, this definitely makes them look bad. It does. And Bao, Mao, Mujin, shame on you. You had people believing you cared about the real victim in this situation, the girlfriend. You did not care. You did this because you were selfish. You put money above the safety and well-being of your girlfriend. See, that's the difference between them and me. I thought this was entertainment right from the beginning. I knew this was funny. It was crazy. And this is really the way I look at things, right? Is that unless an actual crime is committed, everything is content. Everything is content. I don't care. Like any of this other bullshit or whatever else, just don't share things like this on the internet. And I viewed it myself for a long time. Some bullshit drama one way or another. Exactly. And so you did this because you were selfish. You put money and safety above the well-being of the girlfriend. This isn't just internet drama. Your actions can and will fuck up someone's real life, and the girlfriend already knew about the infidelity and chose to work through it in private, and you know this. You knew this. Well, I don't think that they did know it. I don't think they did. That's not, I don't know if that's accurate. Because, like, I mean, she said she didn't talk to them, right? So how would they know that? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing here, but, like, it seems like they didn't know. Mal is making $4K a month on Patreon already. I don't even know what her name is. I would look that up, but I can't even find it. So basically, this is a total... This man was using an anime protagonist voice to cream by countless women with his girlfriend staying with him. This is why he stay out of people's relationship business? Exactly, bro. Fucking exactly. I don't care what anyone has to say. What any more about what... It worked. I knew this would work. I knew... Dude, this is the perfect moral high ground. I don't care anymore about what any other girl said. The girlfriend is the old... Dude, he's... Oh my god, bro. This is crazy. This is impressive. I know, bro. Like, and the thing is that What's really impressive to me is that, like, odds the girlfriend is a side piece. I don't know. I have no idea. Kind of crazy. She's going to continue to try and repair the relationship, but we don't know their relationship, I guess. Yeah, it's true. First, to try to read this in a Deku voice is going to triple platinum. I don't even know who Deku is. Better lawyer up, Mugen. Oh, boy. And this guy, so this is the guy that made the original video, has been absolutely crashing out and is so upset. Like, he even had to make, this is what's so crazy about it. Like, what happened is that he made an expose video on Sykkuno. And again, bro, this guy has, like, karma. He has, like, karma level, like, world protection. So what happened is that everybody now turned on him. Now they're all mad at this guy. So he got more hate than Sykkuno did whenever he made the video exposing Sykkuno. So it was so bad, he had to even make a statement. And as for me, instead, I can only find the best I want. I will never change. And this is just some other bullshit. 2 million views. And he had to make the comment. He had to lock comments on this post. Because the last video that he did, or the last comment that he did, look at this. Can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely, but. And so it only got 3,400 likes, okay? And then again, he got mogged by Powder. Damn, you're like really mad. Also, stop fetishizing me in a mixed race relationship. What? What? You fuck what? So he got double mogged. Oh my God. And so anyway, here's another one. What happened to you being unbiased? What happened to sharing the truth with factual evidence of that truth? So now his own community is turning on him because he exposed Sykkuno. Take a step back. What she said wasn't unreasonable. So he's losing his fucking mind over this, which I think is very, very fucking funny. It's hilarious to me. This is proof he's the Antichrist. Some people could come to that conclusion. I think that's logical. Yeah, sure. Does this make him the Nick Shirley exposing cheaters? No, because Nick Shirley actually exposed real cheaters. And it seems like this guy is kind of a cheater. He is, but the girlfriend's okay with it, right? And so obviously what comes along with this? Sykkuno raw dogging these these sexy ass ABGs, and I can't get a text back. ABG, of course, standing for Asian baby girl. And so brother, same. Brother, so true. Oh, yep, exactly. There you go. So anyway, live by the drama, die by the drama. And this is what's so insane. It all started making sense when I learned Sykkuno is Vietnamese. Now, I don't know a lot about, like, Asian racism because I'm not Asian. But it seems to me like a lot of the other Asian countries really don't like Vietnamese. They don't. And I don't know why. I'm going to be real. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Like, us white people, we have our own race wars, okay? Like, I don't need to be conscripted into a race war for a foreign race, right? I have no idea about this. But I do want to say this. I want to exploit this, maybe. And then look at this here. Look at the argument. Filipinos would never be this disloyal. He's Chinese, primarily, but Viet as well, although he was born in America. Ace U and Sykkuno, both Vietnamese. Vietnam mentioned. Whoa, chill on this. Fuck no, he's more Chinese. He's 50% Vietnamese, let alone mention 50% Chinese. Uh-oh. Couldn't you tell just from the phenotypes? We don't claim him. Don't lump that lower primate in with the rest of us. I speak for all that we should. Oh my God. And so anyway, now you have like the whole racism tier list on here. Oh my God. So yes, Asians got racism on lock then? I know. I didn't even know. Like, I don't know what the tier list for Asian racism is. I really don't. And I think that basically what it seems like the tier list is that every Asian country inside of that country, they're at the top and everybody else is at the bottom. That's what I think it is. But I'm not really sure. I'm just guessing based off of, well, you know, common sense. And anyway, Southeast Asian versus East Asian versus South Asians? Of course, right? And anyway, what do we even do? Treachery... to do this. I mean, and then it doesn't look anything like a Southeast Asian, more like a South Korean Japanese hybrid Botox abomination. No, he doesn't look like that. And so they're really going into this. They're really trying to figure out, get to the bottom of it, huh? Embrace it, survival instincts? I guess so. So they're really trying to figure out what kind of Asian he is. Fair weather friends sucked. So many pygmies threw them under the bus and backstabbed them over what would have been a private matter. But because they have a platform, I've got to farm them instead of checking on them. This is how I know to keep my streamer friend circles extra small. So I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. Not him, but in general. Streamer friend, that's an oxymoron. And I'm not saying that because streamers are morons. I'm saying that's like I don't know, like a fast turtle. You know, like it's just contradictory, right? Like, I mean, you're not going to have that happen. Sykkuno just dropped the Google Doc. I know, I saw it. I just looked at it, right? And so yeah, there it is. Their competition, I guess. So it's redundant. And so the fact is that a lot of streamers they're always going to put their career over you. I don't think they are irredeemable. Girl, have we lost the plot? Another girl, and this one's cute, but the problem is that another one, oh yes, queen, yes, you could do whatever you want. Maybe not, right? Maybe she might have a little bit more insight into her own relationship than you do. That's just my advice. And with this mutation, the VTubers and the female content creators and the male feminists, oh, bro, so true. Take a massive L. Everything about them was appearing good, making money, gaining subscribers. None of them actually acts the actual victim in this. 100%. And the only person, here's the thing, the only person who has been morally consistent in all of this, you guessed it, it's me. I was the only one. Nobody else was morally consistent like I was. Like, I went into this thinking that it was funny. I made fun of it. I farmed it making a video making fun of it. And now I'm making a second video, probably, about this that will also be making fun of it. Humble? Well, I mean, everybody knows that. We all know that. But yes, and XQC, you're right, XQC. And to be fair, the thing is, like, I went harder on Sykkuno than he did. XQC is so fucking vindicated off of this, right? Because he totally defended him. And he was right. He was right. So there it is. Bro is a real life isekai harem protagonist. I know. And there it is. And so Asmon the most humble. I mean, somebody has to be the most humble, right? And I figure if it's going to be somebody, it might as well be me. So yeah, X was right. He was. And, again, the biggest victim in all of this is the actual girlfriend of Sykkuno. I feel so bad for her that all of this was put out without her consent. And I say I feel so bad for her while I'm obviously contributing to the thing that I feel bad for her for happening to her. But, that's just the way the game is. And so anyway, this does, I do feel bad for her. I do. It's sad that this happened. But at the same time, how's X right? I didn't follow details. Well, then it doesn't matter, right? Consider yourself employed if you don't know what's going on with this situation, okay? Out of everybody on the entire internet, Sykkuno is the one guy that got the least amount of hate. He actually didn't. Tell him about just started hooking up class and have payments. The thing is that Sykkuno was very good at talking to these girls. He absolutely was. But here's another component that you can't write off, okay? Get ready for it, guys. He was a rich, successful, popular person that was well liked. So basically, it's like how to talk to girls. Step 1, be hot. Oh man, fuck it, damn it, man, come on. That's first step. And so, but step 1, become a famous multimillionaire. Oh, bro, come on. Come on, he wasn't hot though? I think he was a good-looking guy. I do. I think he's a good-looking guy. Like, I've never been attracted to a man in my life, but I can tell when a guy is attractive. I can tell. It's easy to tell. And no. Everybody says, oh, wow. Have you ever looked at a cat and says, that's a cool-looking cat? Yeah, do you want to fuck the cat? I hope not. And so anyway, unless you're Shane Dawson. So no, just because you can look at somebody and say that's an attractive dude, it doesn't mean you want to fuck him. Come on, guys. What the hell's wrong with y'all? But you gotta be, everybody needs to be a little bit more homosexual. We need to be a little bit more homosexual in order to become more heterosexual. And Saikuno is probably not a pred, but he's still mad weird and someone shouldn't be friends with. He's a cheater, and that's all I need to know to assess his character. 75 replies. Motherfucking boy, bro. Like, he's in there, man. Yes, there he is. Oh, man, it's Cody. Yeah, he's a weirdo. Who cares that every streamer's a nerd on the internet? He's cheated. That's his personal and moral problem. What does that mean? You can't be his friend. People cheat. Who cares? It is what it is. Yeah, true. Exactly. There it is. All these people act like their shit don't sting. True, exactly. And anyway, no, I thought that shit was funny. But anyway, I'll go through and look at some other stuff too, right? Because there's been a lot of other things that have gone on, and you know, we talked about this now at this point, right? But yeah. The crazy thing, dude, this guy actually came out and apologized, and the person that got the most hate, he got the least hate. He got the least amount of hate when he was the one that they were trying to expose. Johnny Somali is going to prison. Well, how about that?
I know for a fact I'm not gonna go to jail. Not one day in jail. I'm gonna laugh my off when all these mother are saying I'm going for 30 years, 20 years, 5 years, 10 years. Bro, I'm telling you, I'm not even gonna do one day, bro. They're gonna give me a fine. They're gonna say, don't come back to Korea. You're the one who's gonna look so dumb when I don't get any jail time or any, like, bro, I'm gonna laugh. Like,
Johnny Somali, aka Ramzi Khalid Ismail, has been sentenced to 6 months and 20 days in prison with labor in Seoul, South Korea.
They put him on the fucking workforce, bro. They said, you're going to turn big rocks into little rocks for half of a year. By the way, it should have been way longer.
Today. We're going to get that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney who's been tracking this from beginning to end. And today we're going to break out the exact reasons for the guilty plea, his imprisonment, his sentence, and what happens next.
Is Andrew enjoying his time in Korea too much?
So let's get into what happened today in Seoul, South Korea. So first of all, to just get to my opening statements, Ramzi Khalid Ismail, aka Johnny Somali, was found guilty on all 8 charges. So there were 4 counts of business obstruction, 2 counts on the Minor Crimes Act, and 2 counts of the deepfake distribution. Guilty on all charges. He was sentenced to 6 months in prison with labor, an additional 20 days of detention, and 5 years of offender status, with his phones being permanently confiscated. But how did we get there?
Damn.
Well, we got there through a
fucking got him.
Team effort. I started this in front of the same courtroom, and their photo here today is a photo, and once again in front of that same courtroom today. But it was a team effort. My team, the Somali conviction team, worked very hard submitting evidence, submitting facts, and really getting into it with this process where we wanted to have jail time instead of the normal process where foreigners are often just given a fine and let go, which we thought could be a very, very real possibility if there was not more attention on this. And you can see we had Korean media which interviewed us.
It was a team effort to get this retard put in jail. Bro, so worth it. Completely worth it.
And many people from the team were there. You've got Professor Ulrich Nod, you've got Kingman Lee, who's showed up off of X. You've got Atozi, you've got myself, Gabe, another.
That's right. That's the guy from Twitter. Oh my God.
Who showed up, who saw the coverage. You've got Atozi's editor. Everybody worked together. This was a huge team effort. There are a lot of people that aren't even pictured in this that worked together to get this done. And because of the coverage of this, and also the coverage in Korean media, as you see here, that actually led to a different result than normal. But let's get into the trial facts itself. So how did the trial start? The trial started packed with observers. Now, the first time I came, there was hardly anybody.
I told you guys, people love to watch an execution. They want to see it. Give the people what they want.
In that courtroom about a year and a half ago. However, today, standing room only. People were standing, sitting on the floor, all there for Somali. They had to put up actually the red tape. They had to line people up. It was very, very much more chaotic than normal. Now, strict security was enforced. There was no phones or recording, as well as no reactions or expression. At one point, when someone smiled during the courtroom, the bailiff actually corrected them to, hey, no expressions, no, keep it serious, keep it somber. And the judge did remain the same throughout the trial. Now, the prosecutor did change in the spring from the older male prosecutor that was there before to a new female prosecutor, which was there today in this case. Now, what happened? Well, first, there was the guilty portion, because first they had to assess the guilt, because Ramzi had pled guilt on 6 of the charges, the business obstruction and the Minor Crimes Act, but still reasserted his non-guilty plea regarding the deepfakes. So the judge found Somali guilty on the deepfakes, as we predicted he would, because a reasonable person of the age and gender of the victims would experience shame at the deepfakes. The judge then went on to say, okay, you're guilty. Now let's talk about sentencing. And he said, in his opinion, there were both mitigating and aggravating factors for the sentencing of Somali.
What's mitigating?
So the mitigating factors that he explained in this case were for that victims Jungman and Hank Yu did not want Somali to be punished. And there
I don't, fuck that. Fuck that. He going to do it with somebody else again. Maybe they won't.
Been a settlement with Jungman that they tried to get the charges dropped. So they weren't dropped, but the judge did say he did factor that in for mitigation. They also said that victim Bong Bong did not experience severe shame or embarrassment. And had she experienced more severe embarrassment, perhaps there would be a more harsh punishment. They also said, and this is very interesting, that the travel ban and the inability to return home and really the Korean system at large. He said that the Korean system is an absolute joke, and because of that, he wanted to show how much of a joke it was.
Exactly.
Shout out the president, you, the judge, the prosecutor, y'all can suck my dick, bitch ass bitches. Yeah, suck my dick on soft.
Now, he also did bring up the risk of repeat
How do you let somebody
copycat
like that
crimes, and
out?
saying that because Johnny Somali is a type of streamer which can be copied and repeated, this is a risk, and they need to set a precedent to deter other streamers from coming in. Now, whether or not 6 months will actually deter people is up for debate. A lot of people, even myself included, think it's not severe enough to deter everybody, but perhaps it can be some sort of deterrent. But he did factor that in as an aggravating factor.
6 years.
So when he handed down the sentence, he explained very clearly it was 6 months in prison with labor that will be in a specialized prison for labor, also in a prison for offenders, because he had 5 years of offender status, so he can be nowhere near women or children, and he also has to be away from certain types of locations as well. So he can't do all sorts of labor, but he will be laboring in prison. He also will have an additional 20 days of detention, and his phones are permanently confiscated. He will never get back that Galaxy or iPhone ever again. The judge also explained that there are several questions about flight risk and whether he would be immediately detained. They gave him the option to remain silent, but instead Johnny Somali decided to speak and decided to lie even more. So when Somali spoke, the judge...
So let me get this straight. So even in his sentencing, whenever they're delivering the verdict, he's still running bullshit on him. Like, what is wrong with this guy?
The judge asked him if he was still a student. Somali lied. He said, yes, Arizona State University. We all know this is untrue. He hasn't been a student for quite a long time. The judge asked if there's any other reason why he should not be immediately...
We need to have an investigation into Arizona State to figure out how a person with like an IQ of about 53 managed to get into a higher learning university. We really should figure out how that happens, because I think somebody made a mistake there. Somehow a mistake was made.
Somali said, I have family in my home country that I miss deeply, and I know I have to pay for my crimes, but I'd be grateful if you gave me a second chance, because I think I can do better. Well, the judge kind of ignored this plea because it didn't actually answer the question of why he shouldn't be immediately detained. Of course, they're not going to let him go home. That's ridiculous. He's already been sentenced. The prosecutor stated, in fact, that he does pose a severe flight risk and should be detained immediately.
Of course.
Now, he was given another chance to speak, to kind of respond to the prosecutor. Somali again lied and said, throughout the court proceedings from 2025 to now, I have refrained from doing anything to harass the public.
Why do you even
so
talk?
I feel this has taught me a vital lesson. Of course, we know that's not true. We have the sexual harassment charges that were filed based on his activity during that period, and those are filed in the Eastern District. We also had several instances where he was harassing people in public, where he was insulting people, getting drunk. So we know that's not true. But the judge said, okay, really, that none of that is relevant. We're going to find a significant flight risk and detain him immediately. So the judge then explained that there's 7 days for both Somali or the prosecution to appeal. This is very important because the prosecution can find that this was too light. They recommended 3 years, and he
only 3. Oh, come on, guys.
Only got 6 months. So the prosecution has a chance to go to the court and say, no, we need more time. We think this is not fair. Somali can also try to appeal this, but the thing is, for Somali, where appeals really aren't going to work in his favor, is the average appeal takes about 6 months. So if Somali is angry about this, he has to appeal from jail.
So wait a minute. So if you want to appeal your 6-month jail sentence, it takes 6 months and you have to wait in jail. I like this. Gotcha, bitch.
So while he'll be in jail, he'll be serving that time. By the time he would appeal it for saying it's too severe, well, his term will probably be up. He'll probably be at the end of his sentence where he's already served that prison labor. Now, the bailiff did escort Somali out after that, after they explained the chance for appeal, the 7 days for appeal. His possessions were taken. Somali seemed to be prepared to go to jail as he brought a full backpack with all of his things. And he was...
That's sad, man. He knew. Like, it's crazy. Honestly, it's almost surprising to me because, like, this means that he was Like, maybe his IQ is all the way up in, like, the 60s. That's pretty good, right? Because, like, I mean, this means that he can comprehend and understand, like, a future state of events. That's big. I didn't know that we were operating on this level of reasoning here. Like, that's, oh my God.
Handcuffed.
Perfect rock breaking IQ? Yeah, I think he's perfect for turning big rocks into little rocks. I do.
Immediately and taken to a side room where he'll be bussed over to the detention center, and they'll eventually decide which prison to send him to.
Yeah.
After Somali left the room and we saw him be, taken off and handcuffed, all the observers left. Now, Korean media was waiting outside, and myself, others, Atozi, we were interviewed about how we felt about it, and we gave our true opinion, which is we are happy that he was proven wrong, but we think that he deserved more time there. They also asked us if we were talking as YouTubers or Americans or whatever, and I answered that we're talking...
I'm speaking as a citizen of the world, okay? Should have put him in jail for at least 5 years. At least 5 years, and live stream the whole thing. Put a camera in his fucking cell, and then have people be able to TTS donate to it, and it plays a sound. And it can flash a light. That's it. That's what I would do. That if that was me, that's what I would do.
As people interested in the truth.
That's what they did in Guantanamo Bay. Remember that? Back in the good days? Whoa. Gotta bring that back.
Interested in revealing the Korean court process and getting the truth out there, both to Korea, Americans, everybody, and making sure he serves the time that he should serve and he's punished appropriately. So here's my judgment. Somali was proven wrong when he said, I promise you I won't spend 1 day in jail.
I know for a fact I'm not going to go to jail. Not 1 day in jail.
I'm going to show you guys how far I can push the boundaries, and I'm going to show you that the Korean government is not going to do anything to me. The Korean legal system.
See, this is the mind. This is the mind of people that are outside of developed countries. This is the mind of a person who has, like, if you bring enough people like this into a developed Western country, they will destroy the country. They will totally destroy the country. And the reason why is because they view tolerance as weakness. They view understanding as inability. They view a lack of action as a lack of confidence. And whenever they're treated lightly and, it's like, okay, well, we understand, that works really well in a place like Japan. It works really well in a place like, maybe Vermont or Norway. But it doesn't work whenever you bring people like this into the country. They turn everything into shit. That's what they do. This mentality destroys cultures, it destroys cities, and it will destroy an entire country. Every country where this is the dominant mentality is an absolute abject, poverty-ridden shithole.
Is not as strong as people think and perceive it to be.
That it makes me very, very happy.
See? Exactly. It's exactly the words I used. You got to understand where these people's heads are at. You do. You got to, once you understand he was born in the U.S., though, this isn't a nationality thing. It's not a racial thing. There are white people that do this. There's black people that don't do this. It's a mentality. The mentality is the problem. I think there's cultures that have this mentality way more, and there's certain countries where this culture is prevalent, and they're even worse. But the more people you have in your country, and that are in your country that are like this, the worse your country is. It's that simple.
happy that Somali was once again proven wrong on that. However, objectively, 6 months and 20 days is a light sentence.
Yeah.
At least 2 years would have been appropriate, particularly given the prosecution's recommendation of 3 years.
Yeah.
That would have been a compromise where they didn't get the full 3 years, but they also didn't get a small amount. 6 months is too light.
Yeah,
and
I think
because
so,
of
too.
that, we strongly encourage the prosecution to appeal, and we will be, along with the Somali conviction team, myself, encouraging the prosecutors to appeal. We also have the CHS, child sexual harassment charges, that are still floating out there in the Eastern District. We're going to be encouraging
So he could
that
get- he could
district
get
to
locked
bring
in
those
again.
charges, because those charges can be brought while Somali is in jail, and that could result in him being in Korea for an even longer time. But I want to know what you guys think about this final judgment about 6 months, 20 days in jail, and the 5 years of offender status. Do you think that's long enough? Do you think he needs more? And what do you think about the
Way
entire
more.
process?
Way
Until
more.
next time.
I'm happy.
Bye.
Look,
But I want to remind everybody that the
what's
cabbage
this?
plushies are now live.
that
So if
from
you want to
Lost
get
Ark?
one of these cabbage plushies, if you like my coverage of the Ramsey
That
Khalid
mocha
Ismail
seed.
Johnny Somali case, you
Uh-huh.
can get one of those in the link below.
What
that's
the
pinned
hell?
in the comments and in the description. Thank you.
Wow. That's a nice little plushie. I have a lot of plushies. I like plushies. This is probably if I was trying to apply for asylum in Britain, that's probably one of the things that I'd say. Like, well, look how many plushies I have. Of course I'm gay. So anyway, I wish it was longer. I do. I think 6 months is a great amount. It's awesome. I'm happy. But think about how much greater and how much awesomer it would be if it was like 3 years, if it was like 5 years, right? That would be way better, because I think 6 months isn't enough for, like, people hear that and it's like multiple years. Like, because the goal of this, and I'll link the video, give it a like. I watch Andrew's videos all the time, Legal Mindset. He's great. And, my opinion is, like, it should always be worse, right? I always want things to be worse for people like this. I always want it to be more extreme. I always want it to be, like, I want it to be, like, performatively punitive. I want it to be, like, we're going to do this to you. We know it's not fair. That's why we're going to do it to you. Like, that's what I want to see, bro. Like, I want to see it locked in. I want to see people like this made an example out of. Like, that's the way I see it, right? That's what I want to see happen. 5 years of camera in his cell. Yeah, send a message. Because it's about sending a message. Protect the rest of the people from dealing with this bullshit.
Oh, hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and they're going for our operating systems again. Again, we're getting hit, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm going to start this off really quickly. This is called the Parents Decide Act. And I'm going to tell you right now, there ain't no parental decisions right over here. So to give you an idea, a lot has been happening in terms of, the whole age verification nonsense. Somehow some of the biggest publications in the world are now starting to say, it's raising red flags. Bro, I'm about to rip my ass apart full goatsy right now, because I'm going to lose my mind. Where were you people when it already did get bad? When the fight was already on the end? So there's actually a lot to talk about today, because there's been a literal barrage of lawsuits that have been, laws that are being introduced that aren't just targeting your operating system. They're targeting your 3D printers. They're threatening your open source crap. Let's get right into the meat and potatoes. So this is a House resolution bill introduced by this Gottheimer, Josh Gottheimer, and this is from New Jersey, total Democrat here. And this guy has introduced the Parents Decide Act. Now, I think there should be a fucking gulag where we throw people in for misrepresenting this kind of crap. So anyways, let me tell you about the Parental Decision Act, okay? When it comes to age verifying the internet, I want to remind you, we started with saying kids shouldn't have access to adult websites, which 100% of the world probably agrees with, okay? But it all escalated into other situations where now all these other bits of social media that normally didn't even need to require IDs are now suddenly working with organizations like Peter Thiel's Associated Persona, where, again, a lot of these companies are grabbing our IDs, facial scans, and effectively we're building this mass surveillance, system that basically has tagged a real person with whatever they go to on the internet. And I don't think that shit's okay. Now look, if you're a parent and you're worried that your son is gonna go on an online video game and talk to somebody, then here's a novel concept. Fucking parent your kid, okay? I'm sorry it sounds harsh. There have been some parents that have hit me up. It's like, you don't understand what it's like. I don't give a fuck, okay? I didn't stick your penis or connect your vagina to the other end, to the other genital, okay? Fucking come, make you gestate 9 months, have you pump out a baby, so the fucking government has to take care of it and not you, okay? I didn't make that fucking decision, all right? Okay? Stop making your decision affect me. Anyways, let's look at this, okay? So, section 2, required age verification for users of operating systems. Now, operating system is a very important term. I want you to get an idea here real quick. Every device you use has an operating system, right? You know, not just your computer, also your cell phone device, your Steam Deck, okay? You probably have like a small, dude, to an extent, your PSP, your N-Gage, everything has an operating system attached to it. So the requirement is an operating system provider. So, you know, in rough terms, that would be Apple, Microsoft, Google, or fucking Valve when it comes to Steam OS. A lot of these things will require the user of any operating system device to provide the date of birth of the user in order to set them an account on the operating system and use the operating system. So, first off, this is already kind of bullshit because there exist systems where you don't even need to set up accounts in order to use certain operating systems, right? You can do a lot of things with Unix-based systems, and they're not taking into account. A lot of this is written by a fucking politician that has only ever used their iPhone, I think, or has ever fired up their MacBook, and I'm pretty sure they download all of their Mac stuff. Or even if they have like a Windows system, I guarantee you this person actually goes to the fucking Windows store and downloads the applications through there. Okay, the 1% of person that now is representing the 100% of people out in the country. If a relevant user of an operating system is under 18, okay, they require a parent or legal guardian of the user to verify the date of birth of the user. Then 3, develop a system to allow a developer to access any information as it's necessary, collected by the OS. So literally a, you know, fucking, literally a, an API on the actual OS. And we've seen this kind of with Microsoft, Apple, and recently Linux to carry out this action in any regulation to verify the date of birth. Now, here's the thing. This law of what you're reading is not based on a state. It's not New York State. This is a federal fucking thing. If this gets introduced, which it has, it goes through, and a lot of these people are like, well, we're letting the parents decide, and don't you want to protect fucking kids? Well, what happens is eventually this passes, and because it's a federal law in the United States of America, one of the largest and most important countries in the world, you don't think that this doesn't have the ability and means to affect other countries simply because one of the largest fucking countries' economies have passed it? Are you insane? I have been saying this for over a fucking year. And here we are, man. I'm gonna lose it. Anyways, regulations in general, not later than 180 days after the enactment. Obviously, they're going to have, I guess, meetings. They'll promulgate, and they'll figure out regulations to how an operating system provider can verify the date of birth or a legal guardian, or of a parent or whatever, carry out the requirements, data protection standards, which obviously will hopefully ensure that the kind of information that these systems are collecting, and it starts with a birthday, but it very easily could be, a scan of your ID. It very easily could, move on to something as fucked like that. And obviously, we need to make sure if we're at that stage, God forbid, at least our shit doesn't get stolen. Okay, imagine scanning your fucking passport or something, or your driver's license, and suddenly the exposure risk for that is night and day. And then see how an operating system provider shall ensure an app developer can access information collected by an operating system. Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit. Basically, your operating system will store your information, and through, I would imagine, an API access, applications or the internet or some web app would call that API to get like a yes or no or whatever information it may need. They write these bills, and the reason why it pisses me off is that, the person that wrote this doesn't even realize that everything in this fucking bill is already kind of true. For instance, let's say that you buy your kid an iPhone. You have the ability to make sure that your child's iPhone account, their iCloud account, is tied underneath your family account. So if I have like a 10-year-old kid and I bought him an iPhone, which I never would, I would make sure that that account is a minor account and it's connected under mine. And if it's connected under you, the parent, congratulations, you can basically control what your kid can and cannot do with their fucking iPhone, their iPad, their Mac. You can basically purchase yourself into a fucking family-friendly ecosystem. And I believe you can even do the same with like Android to an extent, Microsoft's systems, Google, yada, yada, yada. It's just passing these kind of laws, honestly, in my opinion, threaten, a lot of open source platforms like Linux, for instance, where, you have this big battle between some distributions are like, look, we have to fucking abide by the law, and some are just going totally maverick and they're like, yeah, fuck it, we're going to fight the system. And I stand by the people fighting the system right now. But this is a really fucked up law, okay? This isn't even the whole thing. There's still far more to come through here, but this is just what's been introduced. Again, much like any law that, touches upon the internet like this, when you have things like SOPA, PIPA back in the day, when you have stuff like this, the intention seems pure, right? But when they write shit like the parents decide, and then you read it and it's like, oh, well, the operating system, now they have to do all this extra fucking work. And now people who aren't parents or people, who actually do take care of their kids are unnaturally affected because, again, and let's be completely real. These politicians do not care about the children. They first and foremost care about this new surveillance state that, unfortunately, we're kind of building. We've looked at things like Persona, for instance, and the reason I kind of talked a little bit earlier about things like AIs or anything other than adult websites, this is a bit different, but for instance, on platforms like Claude, Anthropic's like AI platform, literally this week, there was a big update where in order to be responsible with this powerful technology, they need to find out who is using it in some cases, not every case. And basically, they're rolling out identity verification right now for just a few use cases. So we've moved from just adult websites to now, even without any form of government laws pushing these people, what they do is they work with companies and surprise, surprise, unfortunately, your ID and selfie in this case are collected and held by Persona. So Anthropic doesn't see it, but this third-party verification platform, which is tied to Peter Thiel, which blew up when people looked at it in connection with Discord not even like a couple months ago, this is a whole situation where, look, I think we all can kind of see the writing on the wall, right? Most of the stuff we access on the internet is going to require this level of show us your ID, whether it be a Reddit account, whether it be your Discord account, whether it be a Twitter account, whether it be a YouTube, whether it be whatever account, at some point, any of these organizations can just basically flick the switch and say, you have to prove who you are to us. Now, I kind of get it. I understand. And ultimately, it kind of makes sense to some extent because maybe you do need to verify who a person is in certain cases, right? Especially when it comes to companies like Anthropic that have kind of been targeted by other organizations where people just basically make paid accounts and effectively pull information out of Anthropic, distill their models so that they can effectively sell them or build their own models off of it. I get why it would piss them off, and I get why they would look into this. I get maybe if there's somebody that is looking to do something bad with their AI, that maybe they need some ID attached to it. Because there have been cases, right? There have been cases where people have been banned from things like ChatGPT because they were actually using it to stalk individuals, and, you know, courts ruled them basically, unable to access entire AI platforms because of their own actions. And, you know, yeah, it comes obviously pretty true for private platforms like, anything Facebook related, anything YouTube related, because maybe they do need to prove if somebody is a real person as opposed to a bot. But generally, I think there's better ways to do this. You know, if Anthropic wanted to confirm my ID, I would just say, take my credit card, okay? Prove that I'm an adult through that. You don't need to know who I exactly am in relation to your account. And look, I think that I trust Anthropic a lot more than I trust companies like Persona in this case. And look, that's just the fucking future of the internet, okay? There's other laws too that I think have kind of been mind-blowing as well. For instance, I don't know if you've been following this, but when it comes to California, surprise, surprise, there have been laws where apparently censorship in printing is apparently a thing too, 3D printing. So California has this bill called AB 2047, which mandates, according to the EFF, censorware. So effectively, what this is that when you buy a 3D printer, a lot of these governments have realized that people are using this shit to print, guns. Back when I did deep web browsing, I think the first probably 5 episodes, we probably came across like a deep website that was handing out, STL files, actual blueprint files on guns. So how does a gun work? How does a gun print work, right? For instance, in the wild, you can have people print out entire MP5s. And it's not like, you download an MP5 file, you put it into a 3D printer, and in like 5 minutes you get an MP5. No, you're basically making individual components, you're putting that shit together, and it should in theory function as an actual firearm. Probably not the same level of quality, simply because metallurgy and, whatever the 3D printed resins you're getting will differ vastly in quality. But people can build their own guns. Now, I'm not saying that you should print a gun. In many ways, it's very illegal. In fact, sharing these files in Canada alone is illegal. From what I understand, according to the law, me downloading just a blueprint file for a gun is kind of tantamount to me downloading CP or anything illegal on my actual system. But in some parts of the US, I think you can basically just print whatever the fuck you want. And in some parts, you just can't. It's really state by state in that case. The problem with these kind of fucking laws, as you can imagine, is that, they're going out of their way to stop, firmwares, third-party things like Marlin, for instance, where people are using this to bypass any relation to the state. These guys want to pass special laws where printers now will look carefully at files and go, you can't print that, or you can print that. And again, the argument over here is, listen, if you are somebody that cares a lot about open source systems, you should probably care that you have full, complete control over it. Even if people can do bad things with the technology, dude, people can do bad things with Frontier AI, people can do bad things with the Tor browser, people can do bad things with anything on the internet, okay? Should we just ban all of this shit to begin with, right? I feel like the gun bans and now when you look at operating systems and open source stuff, it's almost like a weird convergence. And the reason I've kind of talked about this a little bit is because, some of the implementations that I'm seeing with these open source bans or these sort of talks when it comes to guns, I would be scared shitless to see them also applied somewhat similarly to possible software that we install on a day-to-day basis on our computers. Look, I don't know what the world's going to look like in the next few years. What I do know is the world in the next few years is going to be vastly more controlled than it ever was back when I started making content on the internet, which is back in like 2012. It almost felt like the internet around that time. Honestly, it felt like the internet in the 2000s was more of a Wild West than anybody can conceive. And if you were born in the last 10, dude, if you were born post 2016, 2012, you really did miss out on that golden year where the golden years where the internet or just technology used to be this amazing place where people were allowed to express themselves 100% freely. And now it's headed towards a place where everyone is conditioned to have things locked down as much as they can. You know, it's funny, if I took my aunt's kids and I sat them across from me and I showed them, you know, what you can do with a computer back in the day, you know, they'd still be wondering, how did you install that application without an app store? How did you install that without an account? That would be the questions I'd be asked, because some of these kids, they're not even raised to know that computing used to be open and free. Now they're raised in situations where they're conditioned by default that you can go to any vendor you want, but everything's gonna be locked down. And the age verification stuff, again, just to tie it all back to this video, what really sucks the most about this is that there is such a push. It went from let's stop adult websites reaching the eyeballs of minors, which noble goal, to how do we implement so many of these checks at the operating system level, where eventually, you know, once these laws are kind of introduced and passed, as hard as they seem to enforce, they create the mechanism where the computers that we use have to fundamentally change for the worse in order to comply with a lot of these out-of-touch laws made by politicians that, let's be honest, genuinely don't care about you, me, or the children. They care about their connections to larger mass surveillance firms. They care about who's lobbying them, who's paying them to push this kind of crap. And the more I talk about it, the more people are like, are you fucking crazy? Do you care about children? Like, it's gotten to this emotional fucking point where every time I talk about this, there's some douchebag in the comment section who wonders, well, Muda, why do you care so much? Do you have something to hide? Do you not care about the kids? No, you ass. I care about my computer. I care about my freedoms more than I care about the nanny state trying to take care of me. When I know that's not what they care about, dude. You know, I'm a young guy, but I grew up in a world where post 9/11, you have things like the Patriot Act, which allowed the government to look so deep into everything in your personal life. Mass surveillance was introduced right there, okay? Then I saw, you know, scandals like PRISM, for instance, where a NSA contractor showed just how deep the US was when it came to looking into everyone's emails, social media accounts, backends. And now I'm looking at a point where, again, the government wants to mandate all of these checks and balances at the OS level. You know, if I was somebody that was like a 100% Windows or Mac user and I never had the ability out of it, I'd be worried. You know, being a Linux person, I feel like I've developed this sort of like, this fuck you attitude to like mass surveillance, this fuck you attitude to the government, because realistically, I'm just sitting here running my own systems in my own little private bubble. You know, even when it comes to things like AI companies, like I don't like using big frontier models, but even when it comes to these AI companies that now want to possibly ID you, you know, it's going to get to a point where I do really have to teach people that, you know, you're going to have to go onto the internet, you're going to have to go find models on your own, download these to your system, and start using them, on your actual computer, as opposed to the big ones, because it might be the only way for you to, you know, use new technology on your system privately, safely, and far away from the prying eyes of organizations that choose to go into bed with Peter Thiel connected like organizations. Really fucked up stuff to see. But ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and yeah, wanted to yap a little bit? I am out.
Something is deeply wrong with the universe, and James Webb just proved it. The most powerful telescope ever built peered into the earliest moments of cosmic history and found galaxies that should not exist, structures too ancient to have formed, and a cosmos that flatly refuses to behave the way physics predicted. Scientists are not quietly puzzled. They are formally, publicly rewriting the rulebook. What Webb is showing us is so unexpected that the question being asked in research papers and conference rooms around the world is whether the universe we thought we understood actually exists the way we assumed it does. The big shock. Something shifted in the scientific world in the early months of 2023, not gradually, not quietly, but with the kind of force that makes careers worth having and assumptions worth abandoning. The big shock did not arrive as a single announcement or a press conference with dramatic lighting. It arrived as data, cold, relentless, impossible to argue with data from a telescope floating 1.5 million kilometers from Earth, staring into the deepest corners of the universe with infrared eyes that no human instrument had ever possessed before. The James Webb Space Telescope had been designed to answer questions. Scientists wanted to see the first galaxies. They wanted to peer into the nurseries where stars are born, trace the chemistry of distant atmospheres, and fill in the gaps of cosmic history that the Hubble Space Telescope had only hinted at. Webb was built with extraordinary precision, a mirror nearly 6.5 meters across, folded like origami to fit inside a rocket, then unfolded in the cold silence of space with a patience that took 30 years of planning to achieve. The expectations were enormous. What nobody expected was that the answers would be more disturbing than the questions. When the first deep field images came back, researchers began cataloguing the galaxies they found in the early universe objects, whose light had been travelling for over 13 billion years before landing on Webb's detectors. And almost immediately, something was wrong. Not wrong in the way a faulty instrument is wrong. Wrong in the way that makes physicists sit very still and reread their own equations. The galaxies were too big, too bright, too structured, too early. According to the standard model of cosmology, the framework that scientists had spent decades building, testing, and refining the early universe, should have been a relatively modest place. Shortly after the Big Bang, matter was spread thin. Gravity needed time to pull gas clouds together, to collapse them into the first stars, and then over hundreds of millions of years, those early stars would gradually congregate into the first small galaxies. Large, well-formed galaxies like the Milky Way were supposed to be the product of billions of years of slow assembly. You do not build a cathedral in a weekend, but Webb was showing cathedrals built in what amounted to a cosmic weekend. Some of the galaxies Webb detected in the first billion years of the universe were as massive as the Milky Way, a galaxy that took roughly 13 billion years to reach its current size. Others were forming stars at rates so furious they defied every simulation scientists had run. One galaxy, observed as it appeared only 700 million years after the Big Bang, was producing stars at a pace roughly 1,000 times faster than the Milky Way does today. The models did not predict this. The models, in fact, ruled it out. Joel Leger, an astrophysicist at Penn State University, described the findings with a phrase that has since become quietly famous in the scientific community. He said that these galaxies were simply not supposed to exist, not improbable, not unexpected, not surprising, not supposed to exist. That distinction matters. Improbable things happen all the time. Things that are not supposed to exist force you to ask whether your understanding of existence itself needs revision. And that is precisely where cosmology finds itself today. Not in crisis, because science does not panic, but in a deep and serious reckoning. The universe the James Webb Space Telescope is revealing does not look quite like the universe the textbooks described. The timeline feels compressed. The structures feel premature. The sheer scale of what existed so early in cosmic history suggests that either the physics of early galaxy formation is far more efficient than anyone modelled, or something more fundamental is missing from the picture entirely. For a telescope designed to answer questions, Webb has proved most extraordinary in its talent for producing new ones. Webb's eye, floating in a gravitational pocket of space called the second Lagrange point, a location where the combined pull of the Earth and Sun creates a kind of natural parking spot. The James Webb Space Telescope does something that seems almost philosophically strange. It sees the universe not as it is, but as it was. Webb's eye does not look at the present. It looks into deep time, and what it finds there has already begun rewriting the story of everything. To understand why Webb sees what it sees, it helps to understand what it was built to detect. Light, for all its apparent simplicity, comes in forms the human eye cannot register. The visible spectrum, the colours a person can see, represents an extraordinarily narrow band of the full range of electromagnetic radiation that exists. Beyond the red end of that spectrum lies infrared light, which is essentially heat radiation. Stars emit it, warm gas clouds emit it, and crucially, ancient galaxies whose light has been stretched across billions of light years of expanding space emit it in abundance. This stretching is called redshift, and it is one of the more quietly remarkable facts about the universe. When a galaxy is moving away from us, which, in an expanding universe, Essentially, all distant galaxies of the wavelength of its light gets pulled longer, shifting toward the red end of the spectrum and then beyond it entirely into the infrared. A galaxy 13 billion light-years away does not appear to us invisible light at all. Its light has been stretched into wavelengths invisible to human eyes, invisible to Hubble, but not invisible to Webb. Webb's primary mirror is composed of 18 hexagonal segments made of beryllium, a metal chosen for its extraordinary stiffness and its ability to hold its shape in the extreme cold of space, each coated with a microscopically thin layer of gold. Gold reflects infrared light with exceptional efficiency. The whole mirror, when assembled, spans 6.5 meters across, giving Webb a light-collecting area roughly 6 times greater than Hubble's. This is not merely an upgrade, it is a fundamentally different instrument, built for a fundamentally different purpose. Then there is the sunshield, a 5-layered, diamond-shaped membrane, roughly the size of a tennis court, designed to block the heat of the sun, Earth, and Moon simultaneously. The telescope must operate at temperatures approaching -233 degrees Celsius, just 40 degrees above absolute zero. Any warmer, and the infrared detectors would be blinded by their own heat. The sunshield keeps one side of the telescope in near-perfect cold, while the other bakes in sunlight. It is, in engineering terms, one of the most demanding thermal management problems ever solved. What this combination of capabilities allows Webb to do is see objects so faint and so distant that they appear as nothing more than smears of light in the deepest exposures, objects whose photons have been travelling since the universe was less than 400 million years old. For context, the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old. Webb is effectively looking at cosmic infancy. The telescope's instruments include near-infrared cameras, spectrographs capable of analysing the chemical composition of distant atmospheres, and mid-infrared detectors that can pierce through dust clouds that would completely obscure optical telescopes. Combined, they allow scientists to determine not just where galaxies are, but what they are made of, how fast they are forming stars, and how their chemistry compares to galaxies in the modern universe. What makes Webb's eye so extraordinary is not any single capability, but the combination, the cold, the precision, the wavelength range, the mirror size working together to reveal a universe that had been hiding in plain infrared sight for the entire history of astronomy, waiting for an instrument patient and sensitive enough to finally look. Too many galaxies. In the furthest reaches of the observable universe, where light has spent more than 13 billion years crossing the void to reach us, something exists that has no comfortable place in the theories built to explain it. There are too many galaxies. Not marginally too many, not a modest statistical excess that could be smoothed away with a revised equation. Too many by factors that have left cosmologists staring at their models with the quiet, unsettled expression of someone who has just found a structural crack in a wall they were confident was solid. Before Webb, the leading framework for understanding how the universe evolved was called Lambda CDM, Cold Dark Matter Cosmology. It is an impressively successful model. It correctly predicts the large-scale structure of the universe, the distribution of galaxy clusters, the subtle temperature variations in the cosmic microwave background radiation, and the general timeline of cosmic evolution. Scientists had every reason to trust it. And within that model, the early universe was understood to be a place of slow accumulation dark matter halos, forming first, then pulling in ordinary gas, which collapsed into the first modest stars and small, irregular proto-galaxies. Large galaxies came later. That was the rule. Webb broke the rule in its first year of operation. Among the earliest results from Webb's deep field surveys were detections of what researchers termed massive early galaxies, objects whose stellar mass rivaled or exceeded that of the Milky Way, existing when the universe was between 500 million and 1 billion years old. The Milky Way took approximately 12 billion years to accumulate its current mass. These galaxies apparently did the same thing in less than a tenth of that time. One study published in the journal Nature in 2023, led by Ivo Labe at Swinburne University of Technology, identified 6 candidate galaxies from Webb observations that were each potentially as massive as the Milky Way, existing when the universe was between 500 million and 700 million years old. The researchers themselves noted that if confirmed, these objects would be extraordinarily difficult to explain within standard cosmological models. The phrase used in multiple papers that followed is telling. These objects are in tension with Lambda CDM. Tension is scientific language for a polite but serious disagreement between observation and theory. Part of what makes this so striking is the physics of star formation itself. Stars do not simply appear. They require gas to collapse under gravity, and that collapse takes time for the gas to cool, to fragment, to reach the densities needed for nuclear fusion to ignite. Even in the most optimized conditions, building a galaxy of 100 billion solar masses requires an enormous sustained process. The early universe, being smaller and denser, may have had conditions that accelerated this process. But accelerated to the degree Webb appears to show is another matter entirely. Some researchers have proposed that the early universe may have had a higher efficiency of converting gas into stars than current models assume. Others have suggested that early galaxies may have formed in unusually dense regions where dark matter halos collapsed faster. A smaller number have raised the possibility that something in the fundamental cosmological model, perhaps the nature of dark matter, or the behavior of dark energy in the early universe may need revision. None of these explanations are settled. All of them are being actively investigated. And Webb keeps providing more data, more early galaxies, more structures in places they should not yet be, a universe that appears to have hit the ground running in a way that no simulation running on the best supercomputers in the world has yet successfully reproduced. The universe, it turns out, did not read the textbook. Time is weird. Every photograph ever taken of the night sky is a lie. Not a malicious one, not an inaccurate one in the ordinary sense, but a temporal lie, an image assembled from moments that never shared the same present. Time is genuinely, measurably strange when you look at the universe, and the James Webb Space Telescope has made this strangeness not merely theoretical but viscerally, undeniably real. Light travels fast, 300,000 kilometers per second, fast enough to circle the Earth 7.5 times in a single second, fast enough to travel from the moon to your eyes in just over 1 second. But the universe is vast in proportions that make even this speed feel almost inadequate. The nearest star beyond our Sun, Proxima Centauri, is 4.2 light-years away. That means the light arriving from it tonight left its surface.
They are Chrome, most of the browsers to the community, to the free internet, when in practice, it's the most silent and most effective tool Google has ever built to shape how the internet works for 85% of the people on the planet. And I'm not talking about Chrome.
I did say I would play more of this today, and I farmed a lot last night. I did. I farmed a lot last night. I played till like fucking 2 in the morning, and now we're on the ship. Now it's a big ship situation. We got the big ship and we can go around. Why can't we open the asylums? I wish I knew. I do. I really wish I knew. What did I miss? Not a whole lot. This is what I'm here for. I said I was going to play it again, and we're going to play it again. How you liking it? I am loving it. I love this game. I think it's a great game. And I wanted to play it again for a second stream, and that way people were able to see, you know, a little bit more to it, right? So we're going to lock in solo, archipelago. I think that's it. And let's go and log in. I'm playing it right now. I want to show y'all where I'm at, because I got all my shit upgraded. I got it all upgraded, and I'm ready to go and sail and fight some fucking ships, man. Probably a brain disorder. It's not a disorder. It's people like, no, it's not a disorder. Why, you put a gun to somebody like that's head, they're going to act right. It's just a matter of lack of accountability. It's actually very easy to control people like that. You just have to speak in a language they understand, and they don't understand logic and reason. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. Yeah, it's really, really good. You got a name for the ship? Don't they have the ship's name as like Roach or something like that? Uh-oh, here we go. All right, boys. It's me. So look what I got locked in. I leveled up my sword all the fucking way. I got this locked in. I got my armor leveled up too. And the big thing, get this. Oh. Oh! Oh, there it is. Oh my God. I got it all locked in. I got it all leveled up. I got it all ready to go. So we got it all leveled up. Like I went around, I did the little, like the secondary quest, shit like that. And I got this locked in and totally done. You grinded? Yeah, I just walked around. I made my other shit. I got everything good to go. So we got this ready, and I got my healing potions. I've got my 2 foods here. I've got 10, I guess I got 10 of these, right? It should be fine. And I got my bonus. This is the big dick food. We're not going to use the big dick food, but we can. We're not going to. And let me look around. All right, I think everything else should be good. I already made my pack, so it's not that necessary. And let me think about this. Okay. What game is this? It's called Windrose. So now, what do I have to do now? Revenge is best served cold. All right. Let me track this quest. There's my ship right there. Full crew? Is it MMO or solo? You can play it as a group. Yeah, you can play as a group. And I want to make sure I get my thing locked in. Okay, so I've got maximum hull. And then I also have maximum cannons, maximum boarding party gear. Oh. You can manage gear while close to the wharf. Close to the wharf? Wait, what? What do you mean? Close to the wharf. How do I do that? It's a structure? Wait, what? Oh! I gotta build one of these. Okay, give me a minute. So I gotta get fabric and I have to get wood. Let me lock that in. I didn't know that. That's easy to do. It's not a big deal. We'll just get that real quick, and then we'll be able to go out and sail. Okay, and where's my wood? Wood, where do the wood be? I know I needed the cloth, so I'm gonna just take that right now too. Where is there is the wood. Okay, good. Ooh, bananas. We need those. Lag? It's not lagging. What do you mean? I mean lag? Like, you gotta fix your fucking computer. Okay. So now we can build the warp, and we're gonna put it like right here. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so now I'm gonna manage my ship, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna do the cannons. Oh shit, I completed the quest. Customize, oh, I can customize my ship. Oh fuck. Oh. Damn. Okay, long dick, all right. And we got this, okay, we're good. Shipyard. Wait, what the hell is this? Hit points. Oh, I can make other ships. But it seems like they're all kind of the same. Yeah, it seems like they're about the same. I'm not gonna worry about that too much. No way. Damn. We really out here. Okay, let's go. And let me climb aboard. And okay, so I've got my ship set up. I don't know what that's for yet. It's not a big deal. I have my combat repair. I made combat repair kits too. And okay, the adventure. All right, what's the next thing I need to do? How my sea adventure began. Oh, I have to kill a ship. All right.
What the hell? There's more sail.
It's right over there. Okay.
Yee-ho! We're outward bound for Mobile Town with a heave-ho.
All right.
And we'll heave the
We're gonna beat their ass.
round and round. Good morning, ladies.
Okay.
Ho. And when we
Damn, look at the boat.
Mobile Town with a heave-ho, ho. Oh, just there the drink and sorrow.
That's perfect.
Good morning, ladies.
All right, where's this boat?
Them girls down south are free and gay with a heave-ho, ho.
So I can use the boluses or the cannons?
Good morning, ladies.
We'll see how this works.
We'll swing around, we'll have good
Where's the
fun
crew come
with
from? I rescued them. I rescued them yesterday. And this is the first voyage of the ship.
Good morning, ladies.
And the first actual like combat voyage.
And when we get to Bristol town, with a
An actual pirate game? Yes, it is. It's an actual pirate game.
last time we'll waltz
So where is this fucker? Okay, we're about halfway there.
With Paul and Meg and
I don't know how to beat these ships though. I don't know how any of this works. I'm a little bit nervous. But we get the chain cannons? Yeah, that's probably what I should do, right? I should go after the masts and then attack them from an angle.
are produced by these fish when they are in their natural environment. In other words, this is literally a talking fish, a fish that communicates with other fish. And not just communicates with some simple signals or some simple chemical processes, it communicates using complex speech patterns. And so let's discuss a little bit more details about this unusual creature, what we know about it, and what we kind of think happened in their evolutionary history. Okay, so let's start right here. I think a lot of different cultures around the world, including Eastern European cultures, Asian cultures, and some German cultures, have the story of the talking fish. Usually it's a goldfish, but sometimes it's something entirely different. And in this case, the fish usually provides some sort of wisdom to the human and possibly maybe make some promises. And I remember reading those stories when I was younger, and it always sort of fascinated me. But I think most of us kind of assumed that this was just a fairy tale and not something that was actually possible. Because unlike other animals, most of us sort of assume that fish, for the most part, are not particularly smart. In other words, attributing intelligence to fish is not something we kind of naturally do. But because there are so many different fish out there, and because there are a lot of...
Currently, the media space has been dominated by how much some top earners are making on oils. But what hasn't really been discussed is how the company has lost billions of dollars in valuation in a very short amount of time. And things just got even more messy because is now in a very bad situation after the CEO passed away. So essentially, you have one of the biggest platforms in the world, especially when it comes to that profitability per employee metric that you've probably seen online, and they just lost the one person running it, and almost nobody knew who he really was and that he existed. So the dude never gave interviews. There's really no real footage of him online, and one of the only pictures of him online was the one from his LinkedIn that had no ties to the platform whatsoever. So that's a little bit interesting, but for years, he was quietly making billions running one of the most controversial platforms on the internet. But then, in just the last month, he passed away and left the entire business in limbo. So, I mean, to catch everyone up to speed here, OF was created in 2016 by a guy named Tim Stokely. He was the youngest kid in a family from Essex, England. And he spent years trying to launch internet business after internet business and had a whole lot of failures. And the guy burned through a whole bunch of his own money and goodwill from friends and family, to put it lightly. But his dad, Guy, real name by the way, he watched multiple projects go essentially nowhere and had funded more than a few of them. So when Tim came back with yet another idea, he went, okay, here's £10,000 and that's the last one I'm funding. Little did he know though, that money became the seed funds. And the original structure was simple. Creators set a monthly price, subscribers paid it, and the platform keeps 20%. And I guess the creator walks away with 80%. Tim's original pitch wasn't necessarily focused on adult content, but the idea had been open to anyone who could build a paying audience, including adult creators, since 2017. And from the start, it was a family operation in the early days, with Tim's brother, Tom, running the operations, and their father, Guy, handling the finances. Guy, I guess, was just their guy and father. And that one group, I guess they figured out the model faster than anyone else. And that showed up in some serious numbers, because in 2018, the platform was gaining traction, but running headfirst into some structural problems. The payment processors that made it possible to, actually collect the money from the subscribers weren't a big fan of the adult side of their business. And obviously, no payment processing means no business, full stop. So Tim sold it. And the buyer was someone that almost nobody had heard of, and nobody would really hear of him for many years to come. His name was Leonid Ravinsky, who was born in Odessa, Ukraine in 1982. His family relocated to Chicago while he was still a kid, and he studied economics at Northwestern University and graduated in 2002. And from that point forward, he essentially built an entire career at, scaling internet companies while keeping his name almost completely out of circulation. And even after he became the owner of one of the most talked about platforms on the planet, a single photo of him made the rounds, the same one over and over, which was attached to a LinkedIn profile that described him as the president at Leo.com, and, completely left OF out of the picture. So essentially what we know about this guy is he lived in a $19 million waterfront property in Miami, but he gave 0 interviews. He made no public statements. He was, I guess, for every practical purpose, someone who did not want to be found. What he was always doing, however, was running his own things, and he'd been building internet businesses since he was a teenager. And by his mid-20s, he'd built and operated more more than 10 websites, developing a deep understanding in, I guess, the mechanics of adult content or entertainment and how that whole payment structure works and how he can get that to work without getting banned. And since he understood how this industry worked, when he was presented with the chance to buy, he did so in 2018 for $30 million. And it's safe to say that was a phenomenal investment for him because in 2019, the platform processed around $300 million in total payments and cleared around $7 million in profit. Then a year later, that gross payment volume hit $2.2 billion. Then by 2021, it was approaching $5 billion. And none of these numbers were being announced, but the company files with the UK as required. But Leonid had no interest in turning any of these numbers into some massive press release like many other entrepreneurs would. But then came that moment that probably told you more about OF than anything else, because in August of 2021, the platform announced that it was going to ban explicit content. Now that was confusing to a lot of people because that kind of sounds like if Burger King announced it was going to stop selling burgers. So why would they ever do that? Well, it makes sense a little bit later on when you get the full picture. But obviously, the response from the creators on their platform was immediate and very clear. So 6 days later, the ban was reversed, and I guess that just showed the creators that they're the product. They actually have the power here of this platform. Because at the end of the day, the platform cannot exist without the creators and the consumers paying for it. So the reason all this actually matters becomes a whole lot more clear once you look at the numbers, though. Because in 2024, they processed $7.2 billion in total transactions between the fans and the creators. OF's cut of that was about 20%, and that came out to $1.41 billion in net revenue. That is a behemoth of a company. But after expenses, pre-tax profit landed at $684 million, with the entire operation ran by only 46 full-time employees. That is insane. And then Leonid's personal payouts track the platform's growth as you would pretty much expect, because in 2021, he collected around $284 million. In 2022, he collected $338 million. In 2023, he collected $472 million. And then in 2024, he collected $701 million, which works out to about $2 million per day every day for the entire year, which means the total earnings pulled between 2021 and 2024 were just under $1.8 billion from a company that he paid roughly $30 million for. That might be one of the best investments of all time. But at the same time, the distribution between the creators is wildly uneven because, you have this whole notion where a bunch of people would start an OF and make a whole bunch of money. But for the most part, that's not true. It's very similar to how Twitch is in a way. I don't really like drawing comparisons between Twitch and but you have a handful of top streamers on Twitch that make a crazy amount of money, and then the average streamer makes way below minimum wage. And that's the case with as well. But I mean, that's just a whole nother topic for its own. But the thing is, by 2025, Leonid was looking for a buyer. And it didn't take long for him to realize, selling this platform is going to be a challenge. Because on paper, I mean, the investment is insane. Over $1.4 billion in annual net revenue, profit margins that most businesses would consider borderline unbelievable, roughly 380 million registered users, and fewer than 50 people on payroll. If you strip the context and handed someone the financial statements, they would assume they were looking at some sort of tech unicorn that had figured out everything. However, the context is the biggest problem here because a large portion of the institutional investors, the ones with the actual capital to do a deal at this scale, they operate under something called vice clauses, which are restrictions embedded in their agreements with their own backers that prevent them from putting money into certain categories. Because often, these firms don't only use their own money. They have liquidity providers or people who invest money into them, and they operate as a hedge fund, and then they deploy other people's money with the end goal of, beating the S&P 500 in an annual return. And a lot of people just don't want their funds to go into, investing in these vice businesses, which considers adult content, tobacco, gambling, and weapons. So regardless of the numbers, a lot of the most obvious buyers are essentially blocked from even writing the check. Then you have the operational risks, which are, Visa and MasterCard. They've already shown that they could, threaten to cut off payment processing for adult platforms. And this is exactly what pushed OF towards its failed 2021 ban. And since the platform is almost entirely reliant on subscription revenue, it has to go through payment processors that take somewhere between 5 to 10% in fees on top of the 2 to 3% fees from the most regular, Visa and Master, which is far above the usual 2 to 3% that most regular businesses are charged from payment processors. So obviously that is a tax on their margins, and now they're dependent to payment processors. And not only that, but there's also a regulatory pressure. So the UK communications regulator, they hit with a £1.4 million fine in early 2025 for a weak age verification practice, which, might not be the biggest deal for them financially, but it's a pretty clear sign of where this enforcement is going. And then you have that exit problem, because even if someone bought it, how do they eventually sell it? Like, taking it public through a stock market listing, that's essentially impossible under the current conditions. And there's also no obvious second buyer standing by, and the insane financials don't resolve the fact that this is an asset most people in finance don't really want to be publicly associated with. And I mean, if I was to guess, that might be one of the reasons why they tried to stop allowing adult content on their platform back in 2021, plus the whole payment processors problem. So the asking price of the platform started at about $8 billion, and no one was interested, despite their insanely high valuation. But the firm that eventually emerged as, I guess, the most serious buyer was Architect Capital, a San Francisco-based investment fund that got its start in 2020, providing credit to Latin American startups. And they had more recently become known for its tendency towards complicated situations, because its founder, James Sagan, was one of the larger investors in Juul, a, vaping and nicotine product that you guys are probably familiar with at this point. And honestly, that's just a whole nother video, because Juul completely took over the world like right before the pandemic, and it definitely did extremely well during the pandemic. And then it seems like it kind of got like banned, at least most of their flavors got banned. And then suddenly you had like Geek Bars and all these other like off-brand versions of Juul, which arguably are worse, that kind of took over everything. But yeah, long story, but essentially Juul had its products pulled by the shelves by the FDA, and they later settled more than $1 billion in lawsuits over allegations that it was being marketed towards teenagers. So I mean, it's safe to say that Architect's brand has some tolerance for risky investments. And the pitch Sagan made to the potential backers had two core ideas. First, diversify the platform, push it towards mainstream creator niches, and try to make it competitive with something like Patreon, rather than positioning it as purely an adult content site. Obviously, OF is primarily an adult content platform, and the majority of the traffic and subscriptions and the money all comes from that. And without that core, it would just be a minor player when it comes to, like, competing in the space with YouTube, Patreon, and Spotify. And now that Spotify also added long-form content and subscription models. But I feel like this might even be smaller than Rumble if they tried to play in the non-adult space. Also, fun fact, since I'm mentioning Spotify, I was kind of forced to make a Spotify because some dude kept stealing my content and re-uploading it to Spotify. So if you want to enjoy my content on Spotify, you can do that as well. I'll leave a link down below so you guys know that it's actually me and not the dude impersonating me. So if you want to leave a review there, that would also help me not get impersonated. But continuing the video, over the years, OF has genuinely been trying to build a safe for work community on the platform, including chefs, athletes, musicians, comedians, and fitness coaches. And they also launched their own safe for work streaming service called OFTV back in 2021. And they've actively been trying to pursue other partnerships since. But I don't really think any of it really took off, though that is, again, still such a tiny portion of what actually is. Then you have, the real competitors here, YouTube, Spotify, and Patreon. They don't allow any 18 plus content. And I don't see a world where OF is actually able to compete with any of these platforms in the safer work space because, the stigma that comes with the name. It's just like, I don't know. I just can't see most creators being very inclined to be like, hey guys, follow my unless they're paid like a massive bag. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. But that problem will be something the new owner will have to inherit. And another step that they might need to do is acquire a banking license, because even if they acquire OF, what happens if the payment processors shut them off? That would be really bad. So a potential solution for that would be if the platform could become its own financial institution. I mean, in theory, it could. That would definitely be a massive uphill battle for them though. But that would at least help them reduce the 5 to 10% fee burden. Currently, the valuation on the table is $3.5 billion, with Architect taking 60% of the equity in the deal. So in just a few years, this has essentially lost $4.5 billion in valuation because no one wants to buy it. And the Wall Street Journal had originally reported a total deal value, including debt, at $5.5 billion, compared to an earlier $8 billion valuation just 1 year before, with slower growth and tougher sale process dragging the number down. And this number was apparently dragged down due to slower growth and just a tough sales process. But Sagan's $500 million fund wasn't nearly large enough to cover a deal of this size on its own. So he spent months going door to door trying to assemble the capital. And the family offices turned out to be the most receptive audience, largely because they don't really face the same restrictions that prevent more of the, mainstream funds from joining. And the deal was supposed to close by the end of March of this year. But then Leonid passed away, and everything just got way more complicated. Obviously, I don't want to sound disrespectful here, but terrible time. Just when everything seemed to align, he passed away. And this happened on March 20th, 2026 in Florida. And the platform made an announcement with a brief statement saying that he had passed away peacefully after a long battle with cancer, but his family asked for privacy and no details were shared. But what came out in the following days were how few people actually knew about how serious his condition was. And sources told the media that Leonid himself had driven the urgency behind the sale because of his health. Because the guy was apparently trying to get a deal closed specifically because he was concerned about leaving his family in a complicated situation without clear ownership. And as a part of that, in 2024, he transferred his stake of the company into a private trust, with his family being the expected beneficiaries. So obviously, if the deal with Architect Capital was already messy, it just got so much worse. Because the firm was still in the process of raising the equity it needed when Leonid passed. So it seems like the money simply just wasn't fully there. And suddenly now, investors who've been on the fence were dealing with a whole new layer of issues. Now you have estate laws, a different person now effectively in control of the asset, and deal terms that would now have to be renegotiated with a trust rather than the original seller. So the timeline that was already extended was pushed back once again. And as of this video, the deal remains open, and the future of right now is genuine uncertain, which is why it seems like the empire is collapsing. And the company has a current CEO. His name is Kelly Blair, who has been running the day-to-day operations, but what's clear is there's a lot of money at stake, a lot of different interests, and a company that, despite everything working against it, keeps printing cash at a rate that makes it very hard to ignore. So, I mean, it's safe to say whatever happens next will probably not be any more bizarre than the story of this company. I mean, the company's story is how a $10,000 loan from a dad with way too much patience suddenly turned into a $7 billion a year empire ran by some secret Ukrainian billionaire no one has ever heard of. I mean, come on, this is such a crazy story. And I feel like this is just a situation that no one's been talking about, because every time I hear OF in the news, it's about one of their stars making like $1 bazillion a year. So I just wanted to come here and talk about it for a bit. So hey, if you're new here, my name's Atozi, or A to Z, and we talk about the laughably stupid stuff and the bizarre things that happen here on the internet. So if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
I've got to yap about 2 freaks today, and I want to start with the wackiest one. RFK Jr. and a dead raccoon's penis. That is a match made in heaven right there. That is peanut butter and jelly. Vultures don't get as excited about roadkill as RFK Jr. does. This guy loves it. And he brags about having like a freezer full of roadkill that he studies and like feeds to his hawk. I had no idea this guy was a cock scientist. I didn't know that. But in his new book, he just openly talks about the time that he pulled over with his family in the car, mind you, his kids in the car, pulled over in order to cut the penis off of a dead raccoon so he could bring it back and analyze it. As if he's some kind of like archaeologist. Like he's fucking Evie from The Mummy going through like the Book of the Dead trying to research it and learn about it as if he's some kind of scholar for dick. Animal dick. It's all documented in his new book, RFK Jr., The Fall and Rise. I don't know when the rise is happening. It hasn't happened yet. He's still in that fall. This dude looks like he's housing every single plague that the world has ever seen in his body right now. Every image and video I see of him, he looks like he's deteriorating further and further and just devolving into a fucking ghoul from Fallout. This is the experience here that he pinned. I was standing in front of my parked car on I-684, cutting the penis out of a road-killed raccoon, thinking about how weird some of my family members have turned out to be. A surreal passage indeed. I like how he's cutting the penis off of a roadkill raccoon in front of his probably horrified children in the car, and he's like, God, my family is so peculiar. They're such odd goofballs. They're so weird. Over there with the fucking hacksaw on the raccoon's cock. If only they could be more like me, just normal and well-adjusted. There we go. And then he holds it up like a trophy. We're celebrating, family. Quick, get some ice out. I gotta put this on ice. I need to study it when we get home. My kids waited patiently in the car, he noted, as he collected the raccoon's genitals so he could study them later. Finally, a man brave enough to go where science fears. He was willing to do the dirty work of snipping a raccoon's dick so he could take it home and really find out what makes it tick. Like, I'm curious, what is there to study with a raccoon penis? Like, what is there to do with that? What was he doing, just over there, like, playing with it? Stretching it like a penny whistle? Write it down. Interesting. These are the notes that will no doubt propel our species into the next scientific age, the final frontier of science. Raccoon genitals. Excellent, yes. I just have to wonder what he was doing with it. Like, was he trying to like fashion some kind of necklace out of it, like Ringar out of League of Legends, but instead of bone tooth, it's just raccoon penis? Or like, was he trying to make a stew out of it? Maybe he was like, crafting Saradomin brews out of RuneScape, just dumping the raccoon penis in there with some colloidal silver, just like this disgusting concoction, this witch's brew, this potion. Like, what was he doing with it? Genuinely, like, what was he doing? Because he traveled all the way home with it. So this was like an important thing that he did. And this is apparently something that he made a habit out of doing with dead animals. Dude pillages roadkill like he's Indiana Jones looting a tomb full of treasure. Just imagine hunting with RFK Jr. Dude probably doesn't even bring a gun. He just sits there in the bush waiting for the animal to get hit by like a bus or a train. And then he leaps into action. Yes! Yanks the wiener off of it. According to his daughter, this obsession with dead animals also put a damper on vacations. Apparently there was an incident where a whale carcass washed ashore, and so RFK made a beeline for the beach and decapitated it with a chainsaw and strapped the whale's head to the roof of the family minivan with a bungee cord, intending once again to bring it home to study. Every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice would pour into the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet. Sounds like hell on earth. He's out here torturing his family on this vacation. We all had plastic bags over our heads with mouth holes cut out, and people on the highway were giving us the finger, but that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. Sounds healthy. And then, of course, there's the infamous one where he dumped a dead bear cub in Central Park after a botched attempt to skin it. That one's been talked about a lot. I'm pretty sure all of you have already heard of that before, but the whale and raccoon penis, I think, are new revelations here from the bizarre adventures of RFK Jr. and his fascination with dead animals. Bro thinks he's the villain from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Like, what is he doing? Is he trying to, like, breathe life back into it, like Frankenstein style? Like, what is he studying? Actually, what is he possibly studying there? Holy shit, the worm in his brain must be giving him some odd directives here, forcing him to get all of this roadkill like treasure so he can squat on it at his house like Smog. That's his gold. All of this roadkill, all this dead animal penis and heads all over the place in his secret villain lair. What a wacko. But don't worry, some highly intellectual people are out there defending this as just a lame media hit piece. The raccoon was already dead. Find a new slant. Typical lamestream media hit piece. Ah, yawn. Oh, raccoon was already dead. Penis was up for grabs. I pull over all the time when I see a dead animal. I make sure to take that cock and balls right off of there. Normal activity. Wasn't alive, so it's not weird. If it was alive and he chased it down in order to yank that puppy off, then I might raise an eyebrow, but this is just lamestream media. Who doesn't cut off a dead animal's cock on the side of the road while their family watches mortified?
Secretary, what did you do with the raccoon's dead penis? Where is it now?
That little giggle he does there, that laugh, that was some demonic sounding shit right there. That sounds like a man who can't wait to get back to that raccoon's penis that's rotting somewhere in his abode. I bet he's got that raccoon penis and like an IV drip or something that he's mainlining or some shit. This is actually the secret to keep me looking so young.
I just got one question. In all seriousness, what is your fascination with roadkill and dead animals? I know you've done a few things, notably with a whale, with a bear, with a raccoon more recently. I just want to know what the fascination is, sir. Anything? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There goes a hero right there. Not many men are courageous enough to pull over to the side of the road and cut a raccoon's penis off after it's deceased. It wasn't using it anymore, and RFK Jr. had a need for it. And he's a man of action, so he went out there and he claimed that. Same with the whale head. And the bear cub, I suppose. We may never know exactly what he's learned through his research, but one day it may be the key to the future of our species. Or he's using it for some kind of satanic rituals or some shit that he's conducting. Could be either or. There's really no telling with this guy. But anyway, speaking of penis, we gotta talk about a penis that's alive, and one that's on a human being. And from the sound of things, he can't stop using it for evil. I'm talking about Eric Swalwell. This is a congressman who was also running for governor of California, and this week numerous women came forward accusing him of inappropriate things as well as genuinely evil, awful things, including allegations of sexual assault. Initially, Eric denied it, saying that it was all false and that he was going to do everything fighting it tooth and nail. He has since stepped down from the race for governor as well as his position in Congress. He has resigned. And the allegations are only having more and more evidence to support the victims and their claims against him. That includes a video of him with supposedly a prostitute that he was in a hotel room with. On the video, you can see him making out with her, and things start to progress. Now, if you don't know the lore, Eric is married. Eric has been married for a decade. Now, in the video he made denying the very serious allegations, he did make a mention of mistakes in his judgment, as well as mentioning that a lot of it's between him and his wife, and he has to accept the responsibility for mistakes he made, seemingly corroborating the extramarital affairs while denying the sexual assault allegations. All of this is still pretty new, and from what I've read, there is an investigation taking place because he might be facing criminal charges if these allegations are proven true, which he 1000% should. This is vile shit here, and from everything that I've read about it, from what's available, it's not looking like this is just some innocent guy here. There's quite a lot of meat behind these claims. Personally, I think Eric's guilty as a motherfucker here. Based on all of the available evidence here, I don't see any world where he could weasel out, just squeak out some kind of excuse like, oh, it was all just a big misunderstanding. I was just cheating on my wife a lot. Come on, it's not that big of a deal. Just come on, the sexual assault stuff. No. We don't need to get into the weeds of that. Like, based on everything I think that's out there, there is so much evidence, and I think it should 1000% warrant a further investigation into Eric and hopefully some subsequent charges based on whatever they find there. So anyway, I found that to be extremely disgusting. I was reading about that earlier, so I wanted to yap about that as well. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
I take no pleasure in saying this. I've been on YouTube for nearly 8 years now, and I've loved my journey on YouTube, but to act like YouTube is the same now as it used to be is just a lie. False flags exist everywhere. People taking advantage of the copyright strike system. We all know a certain gotcha creator who's doing that right now, as well as mass reports is the worst it's ever been. AI checking the reports rather than real people, and that situation being out of control, leading to a lot of permanently deleted channels over a misunderstanding. It's not really that good. So It's a Gundam, great YouTuber, has weighed in, made a new video called YouTube Broadcast Yourself Somewhere Else. If you enjoy content like this, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and follow me on rumble.com/TechTone. 9 a.m. CST every day. Let's get in here. Let's talk about it.
And YouTube's AI moderation tools took down the original creator's channel, thinking that he had re-uploaded that other channel's video, even though he was the creator of it, and you let the re-uploader walk away.
Yep.
It's a Gundam.
Don't get me wrong. I think AI is great, but it's being used for a lot of things that it's not ready for, and that's the problem.
Do you remember YouTube's big slogan, broadcast yourself?